to open the link. Well, we're live. Here we go. Welcome back, Council, and then Photo Council Mike. I'm so tired. I forgot the password to my computer today. Had to resort to my memory trick. We're about to, well, in a few hours, get on the plane and go for our vacation, and this thing happens. Now, I've been waiting for this for 14 years. 2012 was supposed to be the year of reckoning. I don't know if you remember that speech, if you were following the news back then. Well, it turns out to be 2025 because the Lord's timing is the Lord's timing, man. So if you don't know, Israel is striking Iran's nuclear sites as we speak. So I really want you guys to come on. Let's have a talk. It's not worth it for me going to sleep and then waking up and trying to go to the airport. So, I got my coffee and I'm not going to be able to sleep anyway. With this news, I'm not going to be able to sleep. Been waiting for this since 2011. So I'm just going to stay on here and see how long I can hold up and follow the news. All I'm going to do is just follow it with you. If you want to come on the air and talk about it, here we go. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Welcome to all new subscribers. Even so, come, Lord Jesus. Yes, brother. Amen. Hallelujah. It's always interesting around spring, May, June, Pentecost time. Some Christians believe the rapture of the church could happen also in the fall. So you get twice a year where you can get extra excited as for the possibility of the rapture. But it is interesting that it's happening now. Can you imagine if we hear the trumpet sound? But we understand it can happen anytime. I also believe people ask me, I wouldn't be surprised if we're here another 50 years, 50. I would not be surprised. I just want to go on record as saying this. So if you want to chat about this, we just kind of finished packing. My wife Sally, she's great, man. She's just amazing. I depend on her for so much, and so I'm gonna catch up on this with you live, right? So if you want to come with me and we can do this together. Let's see who's calling. Give me a second, guys. All right. Let's see what's happening. I was kind of surprised. I checked Fox News earlier and didn't have any news about this. My family, my friends they're texting me back and forth. Everybody's kind of like woken up. My mom's like, it's going to be hard to sleep tonight. Yeah, it's going to be hard to sleep tonight, especially in Iran and in Israel. The whole country of Israel right now is in a state of alert. Let me go check there. What's going on there? And I'll show you some news from Telegram also. I've got a couple of places that are pretty interesting to check. Yeah, it is. Here we go. That's crazy. Let me share it with the audio.
Everything, not only their nuclear sites, but also their long-range missile sites. The story that emerged out of Axios today, as confirmed by my sources, was basically laying out a scenario that was their plan B to overwhelm the Iron Dome. That has been taken care of.
It just started, Dingo.
Being taken care of.
Like an hour ago.
Yeah, Sean. So this Israel striking means that they didn't have a choice. This means that this was an intelligence-driven operation. It likely means that Iran was probably weeks away from going nuclear. And that's the reason why Israel went in as hard as they did and when they did. And so Iran is likely at the point where they're enriching uranium somewhere close to that 85%. And there's hiding sites, stalling negotiations with the president. They backed out of that. And building a launch-ready missile arsenal, that means that if Israel waits, it wouldn't be off the table. Iran would have used these weapons against Israel. So they struck first because that's what we have to do. And the Israeli Air Force, likely multiple phase offensive, Sean, the F-35s, targets were likely Natanz, the Fordow, and then those are Iran's core enrichment facilities and then likely hit Isfahan, which is where that uranium gets processed. They would probably also have taken out Shahab and the Khebar missile platforms. And those are the long-range
That guy's
systems
Jewish.
that are aimed or were aimed right at that moment at Tel Aviv and beyond. And in Tehran, the IRGC command that you just reported, right inside the capital, Israel's going to always go after that leadership and start trimming those nails and getting heads off those snakes. So, you know, this was a kill chain. That's what we'd call this. A kill chain through and through, preemptive. And it's not over. And the IDF obviously confirming that this is probably going to go on for a few more days, but Israel's doing what it has to do.
Yeah, that's an all or nothing operation
that are trying to eliminate us. And that's what you just saw play out here.
Brian Mast, also we welcome to the program. Mark Meadows is also with us. Brian, we'll go to you first. Get your take on what is unfolding tonight. I don't think Israel had an option. How many more tens of thousands of missiles are you going to allow the Iranians, either directly or through their proxies, to fire into that country?
Yeah, I think you asked the right question, but the way that we need to be asking that is this. Everybody has what's the response going to be by Iran? Well, you know what it's not going to be? It's not going to be a nuclear weapon. It's not going to be uranium. It's not going to be measured in kilotons and megatons. If there's a response, it's going to be high explosives measured in a couple thousand pounds. That's the big difference. That's why we need to be thanking Israel right now, because by doing this, they're saying we need to change the ballgame. We can't let Iran get to the place that they start operating the way that Russia and Putin operate, saying anytime that they want to, we're going to respond with a nuclear weapon. If we see this as a threat of war, we mean a nuclear act of war. We can't let Iran get to that point. And thank you, Israel, for making sure that they're not going to have a nuclear response.
The commander, Mark Meadows, of the Revolutionary Guards has been killed in this strike, once again showing superior intelligence of the Israelis, just like the pager incident is beyond superior. They have had to brace themselves for this inevitable moment, and getting close to weapons-grade enrichment is a risk they could not take from a country that has been firing tens of thousands of rockets at them.
Well, it's a risk that they couldn't take, but it's a risk that we couldn't take either, Sean. You know, one of the interesting things, there's going to be all kinds of armchair quarterbacks out there saying, well, you should have negotiated longer. Let me just tell you, someone who has followed this particular issue for well over a decade, I can tell you that the Iranians are not honorable negotiators. And the only thing worse than a dishonorable negotiator is one with a nuclear weapon. And so they had every right to do it. They should do it. Obviously, in the Situation Room, you know, Peter Ducey's there reporting from the White House. There are certainly a number of the president's team in the Situation Room right now, looking at what is happening in real time. I can tell you, he's got the best team there around him. But the patience that President Trump has shown in dealing with Iran really has brought us to this night, because we couldn't have waited any longer. We are weeks away from a nuclear Iran, which means that it would wreak havoc not only for Israel, but for America as well.
And the supreme leader, Aaron, was getting very, very arrogant in his comments by rejecting the president's offer. We've got 20 seconds. We'll let you comment on that.
Bihoshtar mizanet. Dagi Gavi Bihiram, which means we'll hit you without warning, precise, strong, ruthless. Sean, Israel doesn't have any choice. The longer they wait, the closer Israel. It's about survival for Israel, so we struck first. And let that be a lesson to all the leaders of the IRGC. Israel's got assets everywhere. We're watching, and you did this to your country and flipped them all for us, so thank you.
All right, Aaron, thank you. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have left this evening. Our prayers are with the people of Israel. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Can't. Stay with the Fox News channel all night. Continuing breaking news, live coverage, the Israeli strikes against Iran. Trace Gallagher will take it here. Let not your heart be troubled. And please set your DVR so you never, ever, ever miss an episode of Hannity. Godspeed, Israel. Trace takes it from here. Thanks for being with us.
Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me.
Trace Gallagher. It's 10 p.m. on
finish it, Hannity. Finish it, verse.
Here in Los Angeles, and 5 a.m. in Israel, a country now bracing for a robust response from Iran. Welcome to a special edition of America's Late News. Fox News at Night. And breaking tonight, Israel launching preemptive strikes against Iran, striking Iranian territory and targeting Iranian nuclear sites, as well as Iran's long-range missile capabilities and military command centers. Now, we are told the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, military strikes in Iran will continue for most, if not the better part of all night. Israel is now calling the mission, quoting here, Operation Rising Lion. And Israel decided to act now because the
Okay, so if you caught that, Operation Rising Lion, they're actually quoting that's from the Bible. It's Balaam, actually, which is really interesting because Balaam is from Mesopotamia. He shall rise up like a lion. Let me pull it out here for you. Give me a second. That's where they got that from. The guy that said that about Israel is a Persian. Well, he's from Mesopotamia. As a lion, so this is where they got that from. They got the name of the operation from here. Pull the information here for you guys in a second. But if the link, click the link if you want to come on and chat. All right. So they're calling the operation Kalavi. I'll put it here in the chat. This is the name of the operation. I've put it in the chat. And it's from Numbers chapter 23, verse 24. Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion. That's why I put the rampant lion there in the thumbnail. And lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey and drink of the blood of the slain. Which is really interesting because young lions is a reference usually to young nations. Israel is an ancient nation, but in as far as it was reconstituted as a state, only about 70-something years ago, it's a young lion. It's among young lions. The new nation states born after the Sykes-Picot Accord, born after the end of World War I, between that fateful time between World War I and World War II, when a lot of the previous regions of the former Ottoman Empire, having disintegrated as a result of World War I, then sought their independence and obtained it. So you had a whole bunch of young lions in the likes of Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, of course, Israel. And so it is as a young lion right now, striking. As you know, Persia is likened to a bear. We know this from the book of Daniel, Daniel chapter 7, I should say. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matter. As Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the heavens strove upon the great sea. And four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion, and had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given unto it. Babylon, definitely Babylon, not Persia. I know that some of you think it's Persia, but if you read my book, Desealing Daniel, I actually go through why the classical commentators had that right. Verse 5, and behold, another beast, a second like to a bear, and it raised up itself on one side, and had three ribs in the mouth of it, between the teeth of it, and they said thus unto it, arise, devour much flesh, matching the silver arms and legs, arms and chest of Nebuchadnezzar's image, which Daniel himself interprets as being the Medes and the Persians. And Iran's got the lethargic, growly, raw power kind of constitution of a bear, right? The matches are really interesting. So really, we're watching a lion and a bear. The whole world is tuning in because when you actually, Brother Louis at church was telling me this earlier on the phones, like when you watch two beasts fighting, people tune in to watch this. And that's really what you got. It's two beasts fighting, the lion and the bear. So this is where they got that from. I'm Kalavi. That's pretty cool. If you click the link, guys, join me. I want to talk to you. Okay, let me know what your thoughts are. We're going to be following this together here tonight. Andrew says it also reminds me of Genesis 49:9, a lion's whelp and an old lion. Correct. Specifically about Judah. 49:9. Here we go. Whoa, that is hurtful to the eyes. It's like highlighting in mustard color. Judah is a lion's whelp. You know what's interesting is that when the people say that the Jews don't belong in the land, and they say that they're not the real Jews, the moment you use the word Jew, you know where the word Jew comes from? It's not from Jehovah. It comes from Judah. And that happens because all of the nation was known as Israel. Judah is one of the tribes of Israel. But the kingdom was split into two in the days of Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. Jeroboam ruled in 10 in the north, over 10 tribes in the north, and then Rehoboam over Judah and Benjamin in the south, Judah being the dominant tribe, according to prophecy and demographics, and the fact that it prevailed to be the ruler tribe on the civil side. And then the Assyrians are going to take the northern kingdom of Israel into captivity, and that leaves, right about the days of Hezekiah, only Judah on the scene. And Judah begins to expand the former territory of Israel, Josiah also. And because the remaining state has the name of Judah, anybody living under the hegemony of the remaining state starts to be called Jew, especially when the Babylonian captivity occurs. They're bringing them to Babylon, and they are bringing them from the land of the kingdom of Judah. So all Jews from any tribe start to be called Jews. That's why you see the first occurrence of the word Jew is in First Kings. Before that, it's always Israelites, right? So the word Jew itself, the second somebody uses the word Jew, they're actually bearing testimony that those people stem from the historical kingdom of Judah. So they're tied to the land. As people seek to deny it, they confirm it by the very terminology, nomenclature that they use. It's really fascinating stuff, man. Radha Siam, how are you? OMG, yeah, I know it's amazing what's going on. So if you click the link, guys, it's at the top of the chat, and I'll put it here. And join me. We can watch together. We can talk together. If you want to get on here and talk amongst you, if you have any questions, any comments, it'd be great. It's exhausting listening to the arguments that the Jews today are not Jews. It is exhausting, man. It absolutely is exhausting. I'm going to share with you a couple of the feeds, some of the feeds that I follow on Telegram. I gotta, all right. How can I do this here? I just got to be careful how I do this. Yeah, be careful. While I figure it out, let's go back to the news. Man, this is exciting stuff. Wow. Just wow. 14 years I've been waiting for this.
Trace, we had indications as early as Tuesday that Israel might carry out this attack. We're told by U.S. military officials that the U.S. military is not involved and has not been involved, but they are concerned about protecting their forces. There are 40,000.
Okay, not involved means they're not actively striking, but definitely providing intelligence support, aerial support, rearmament support, deterrence, acting as deterrence. So, exerting pressures through back channels, through secret means. So, of course, the U.S. is involved, just not maybe actively striking.
U.S. troops across the Middle East at bases from Iraq to Bahrain, Kuwait, and UAE. That's why the defense secretary called for the...
I think they've already started. I'll double check. I'm watching here on my live feed. They've probably sent some ballistic missiles. I don't know that they can do much. So there were cyber attacks on Wednesday that shut down the Jordanian Air Force's website and pretty much all the U.S. Saudi Arabia's governmental sites. They're pretty good at cyber warfare. I wonder how far they can go cooperating with the Chinese and the Russians over this. The thing is, the Russians are involved in Ukraine, so they're busy in Ukraine. I don't know that they can do much before lobbing some ballistic missiles. Probably they threatened attacking American bases in Iraq. Their proxies are weakened. They would have had a response in the forms of Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis a couple of years back, but those have been severely degraded.
The ordered departure of dependents of those service members just 24 hours ago. We understand, I just received information from an Israeli security source that the second round of airstrikes, Israeli airstrikes, has just begun targeting those sites in Iran. So this is the beginning of waves of Israeli assaults on the nuclear program. We can confirm that the IRGC headquarters was struck, and quoting the Iranian state television, the head of the IRGC, as Trey mentioned, was killed in that strike. But Israeli sources tell me that the headquarters of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, was targeted. So one of the reasons you may not have seen a response from the Iranians right now is that, like in Lebanon, when Israel struck at the Hezbollah leadership with those exploding pagers and the airstrikes that killed their leadership, the leaders in Iran were targeted tonight. We know that. And the reason they would have been targeted is in order to prevent a response that would target Israel, as well as a response that would target U.S. bases and U.S. troops. It's very significant. We also have reports that Mossad had carried out counter-terror operations inside Iran, targeting, again, they would have been on the ground helping with the targeting of any Iranian leaders. So right now, we have not seen a response from Iran. Earlier in the week, we heard from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps leader, who was just killed, that Iran would strike out at U.S. bases if Israel took it upon themselves to strike Iran. That leader is now dead. We'll have to see now what Iran is capable of.
And from
It's crazy. It's crazy to me that they don't guard the chief of staff. I mean, so I'm going to try to show you some of those pictures. They've hit like buildings, like the guy's living on the 8th floor of a building. What are you doing living on the 8th floor of a building in the middle of a red zone period where you know that Israel might strike? It's nuts, especially when you've seen what they've done to Hezbollah. See, the supreme leader, he's hiding. He's always hiding. It's just bizarre. Just bizarre, man. I don't know if it's pride or foolishness. The other thing you'd expect a country like Iran to have is a plan, a quick replacement plan, right? Quick refreshing of the chain of command. So if the number one dies, the number two takes over. If the number two dies, the number three takes over. You would expect these things to fall into place relatively quickly. They know that they were severely penetrated, but Iran was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, because they know that the strike was forthcoming. They couldn't lose face too much and agree not to enrich uranium anymore. Theologically, they're motivated in smiting Israel. They've told everybody that the Mahdi is on their side and God is on their side. So they kind of painted themselves into a corner theologically and politically, and this is the result. As far as, so McGrim is asking that a lot of people are talking about God breaking Elam's bow. If you guys are wondering about this, this is in Jeremiah chapter 49. So let me put that up here on the screen. And again, if you guys come chat with me, guys, if you click the link, this is an open mic. All right. So I'd love for you guys to come and chat with me. Let's put the screen up. Now, judgment on Elam. Elam is the old name for Iran in the Bible. Actually, Persia, Elam is even an older name for the region than Persia. It goes Elam, Persia, Iran. Okay, so if you may have heard of the ancient tongue of Elamite. The Bible talks about people who were speaking Elamites even in Acts chapter 2, if I recall. So Elam is Persia. You can actually show that by comparing verses. And the Lord there says, the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet against Elam in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah king of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, behold, I will break the bow of Elam, the chief of their might. So the bow is the chief of their might. The Persians were excellent archers, and the bow was their chief weapon. So now you've got Bible language can apply to artillery at hand. Historically and prophetically, this is still artillery, right? So it can apply. People have seen an application of the word bow to the ballistic missiles that Iran relies on so much to threaten Israel and American bases and whatnot. And here the prophecy is, well, I'm going to break that bow, right? The chief of their might. Now they were building towards it to have a nuclear bow. And upon Elam will I bring the four winds from the four quarters of heaven, and will scatter them toward all those winds. And there shall no nation whither the outcasts, there shall be no nation whither the outcasts of Elam shall not come. For I will cause Elam to be dismayed before their enemies and before them that seek their life, and I will bring evil upon them, even my fierce anger, says the Lord. And I will send the sword after them till I have consumed them. And I will so historically, a lot of this stuff has happened. Greece was the one to smite Elam, as you know, in the person of Alexander the Great. So we've got a historical application there. I don't think what you're seeing now is the ultimate fulfillment of this prophecy. One of the ways you know is look in verse 38. And I will set my throne in Elam, and will destroy from thence the king and the princes, says the Lord. So Jesus Christ has not set his throne in Persia. That's going to happen in the millennial kingdom when he comes back to rule for 1,000 years. But it shall come to pass in the latter days that I will bring again the captivity of Elam, says the Lord. This one here hasn't happened yet. Now, what you have in prophecy, you've got multiple layers of applicability. And prophecy is indeed like a pattern, because history is cyclical. According to King Solomon in Ecclesiastes, this thing that has been is the thing which shall be. Right. So when you're reading those passages, what they provide you is a template for understanding. It's basically presenting you a part of the cycle that you can expect to repeat. So every once in a while, Persia will rely on the bow, and every once in a while, God will break that bow, eventually culminating in probably the nuclear program of Iran, and then God finally and ultimately breaking that bow right around the time of Armageddon. Now, I don't think this is the end of Iran. So I don't think this is the ultimate fulfillment of Jeremiah 49. It may turn out to be if the rapture is around the corner, but even there, we saw together that the bear was Persia, right? Well, the kingdom of Persia comes back in the end times. And this is, again, on my book, Desealing Daniel. If you want to buy the book, it's available on Amazon. Look in the description, and the link is there. It's called Desealing Daniel. I've written a 662-page commentary on this. If we go to Revelation chapter 13, in the days of the kingdom of the Antichrist, John says, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. That's the form of the fourth diverse beast that Daniel sees in chapter 7. But John is going to see it in its latter-day manifestation, so he adds a little bit more detail. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard. The leopard was Grecia, which tells you that actually Greece comes back as an end-time superpower. I know. It's hard to expect now, but the Bible says it. I believe it. And his feet were as the feet of a bear. So you've got a remaining elements of the Persian Empire, part of the amalgamation of kingdoms that forms the core of the Antichrist's power base. And his mouth as the mouth of a lion. There's Babylon. And this beast here, of course, is Rome. So you've got Babylon, Persia, and the Greco-Roman world coming together to form the kingdom of the Antichrist. That means Europe, North Africa, Middle East, which is the center of the world. And what is the center point of these power centers, these power spheres? Israel. Just as Israel comes back on the scene and God refreshes his dealings with the nation of Israel, so too do the ancient enemies. So I do believe that as we are getting closer to the time of the end, the focus of attention shifts back. The balance of power will shift back inevitably to the Middle East, as unlikely as this seems right now. And Israel's rise, Israel's ascendancy, will also make its enemies ascend together with it as God prepares them for the second coming. I hope that was helpful. Click the link. Join me. Let's chat together, guys. I'd love to talk to you. This is an open mic. We can watch news together. We can talk together. Crimson Streams, what are some things that Israel has done since 1948 that you disagree with? Or if you talk about, so I don't know if you're asking on the political level, military level, moral level. So morally, Israel is definitely, as far as the morality of the people of Israel, it's in the dumps. So is everybody else's, by the way, in that region, right? So homosexuality, Tel Aviv, with all the sodomy there, I think it's a vile thing. There's a lot of sodomy in the IDF. That's also in the Arab armies, but it's not spoken of as much, right? That's more under wraps. My disagreement is they were. Well, I got to be careful because I still get around. So I don't think they were forceful enough. I don't think they were forceful enough. I disagree with the fact that when they set up their constitution, most of them are atheists because of the Holocaust and the Declaration of Independence, rather than say God. They actually settled on Rock of Israel because everybody can conceive of the Rock of Israel in their own way. So I don't think the Lord's going to bless stuff like that. But Israel should have been more forceful. They're paying the price of them being wishy-washy, of being too scared of public opinion. I think it was a mistake to give back Temple Mount in 1967. I think it was a terrible mistake. Moshe Dayan was scared of World War III, and he gave it back to gain peace, and they're never going to get peace that way. It's basically their sins are the sins of the book of Judges, where, they're supposed to, according to their own position, to be consistent. If they do claim to be the people of God and the people of the Tanakh and the people of the covenants, then they're supposed to fulfill that covenants and establish themselves in the land, at least as far as the internationally recognized borders, which they're not even doing that. I'm not talking about them taking over the sovereignty of Lebanon and Jordan, but I am talking about them taking full control over at least the territories that do belong to them, even according to international law, like Gaza and Samaria and Judea. So it's been, the IDF has been the most self-restrictive army in the world, with the least ratio of civilian deaths ever. They're not just doing that because they're such righteous people. So it's not like I'm painting them as these super moral people. Jacob is tricky, and it is Jacob in the old unregenerate nature. So it's not really Israel, it's Jacob that you're seeing. They're doing that because they're so scared of public opinion. But they are doing that because they know they're going to come under the microscope. What do you think about this? Yeah, so I answered that. 14 years ago, I was just about to get saved, scared of 2012 main calendar. Praise God. Amen, Jonathan. That's a blessing to hear. Elam bear the quiver. Yeah. Which right you shoot out of it. Isaiah 22. Let's go check that out. Isaiah chapter 22. We got Bible scholars in the chat here. Let's go check Isaiah 22. By the way, remember to subscribe, guys, and like the video. It helps the YouTube algorithm push it out. There's a lot of noise out there. I would like to bring as much as I can a biblical perspective to this, without telling you that this is the end of the world and the rapture is going to happen tomorrow. All that sensationalism on YouTube, it's unfortunate. It's really for clicks. We could be here another 50 years. I don't know that this is the end. So it's always gearing up towards the end. I thought about that at Hope Baptist Church. If you want to see, my view of those things, are we tending towards the end times? Check out, I got to get that video from them. It's at Hope Baptist Church, hopetoledo.org. Go to hopetoledo.org and you'll find it there. I preached that there in April. So Isaiah chapter 22, let's see. Where does he talk about Elam bearing the quiver? Therefore, I said, I look away from me. I will weep bitterly, labor not to comfort me because of the spoiling of the daughter of my people. For it is a day of trouble and of treading down and of perplexity by the Lord God of hosts in the valley of vision, breaking down the walls and of crying to the mountains. And Elam, that's Persia, bare the quiver with chariots of men and horsemen. And Kir uncovered the shield. Syria is originally from Kir. I don't remember where Kir is. And shall come to pass that thy choicest valleys shall be full of chariots, and the horsemen shall set themselves in array at the gate. So what it is this is Judah being attacked. It's attacked by Babylon, but there were Elamite and Kirian elements in Nebuchadnezzar's international army. So he had Persians in his army attacking Jerusalem with bows because they were the bow experts. That's what that's about. So you see it constantly in the Bible. It's fascinating that Elam's weapon of choice. Not all people like that. Some nations are better with the swords, spears, horses. Elam, their thing is the bow. And you see that the kind of offensive and deterrent strategy of Iran is, well, we're never going to outdo Israel in the air, but we're going to rely on our missiles. and they've got entire like underground missile cities, missile production sites. It's going to take. I don't know that Israel is going to take them all out. The only way is they've got agents on the ground. They've been mapping these things for a long time. But the Persian mountains or the Zagros mountains are really impressive. Some of the stuff is really, really, really deep. They've been preparing this for decades. Fascinating stuff, man. I'm telling you. No, he sets his throne in you. I'm not sure what you mean there, Brian. By there is no appeasing Islamo-fascist terrorists. No, you can't. When you do, they'll eat you alive. You're absolutely right there. Absolutely right there. All right. How many things I got going here? All right, let's continue watching. Join me, guys. I'd love to have you join me. It's an open mic. I want to hear what you've got to say.
As the country believes that Iran is close to having or does have as many as 15 nuclear warheads. This has been a
States that we are watching very closely. This is Israel's fight at the moment, and you do not want the United States of America to get involved. It was clear that this was coming in some capacity from the Israelis. You had the president at Camp David on Sunday. That was an indication. And quite frankly, the president has said over and over again, we are willing to negotiate. I will give the Iranians an option. This can either end in a diplomatic solution peacefully, or it can end poorly. And just given the scale of the damage that the Israeli Air Force has been able to do just in the course of 2 hours, the Iranians have lost a lot, both in infrastructure and in military leadership. And you're also seeing some reporting coming out about the covert operations that are also going on in Iran tonight. So this is a very serious situation, of course, not just for the Israelis, but also for U.S. forces on the ground close to Iran in the region. But given the harsh nature of Israel going forward and not just doing pinpricks or saying this is a small operation, that this is to finish the job, to take out the the threat of the nuclear regime that is an existential threat to not just Israel, but the world. This is going to continue, and the losses are very severe tonight for the Iranians. One more thing I would just add, talking to a number of folks leading up to this tonight, this strike was not just taken in Israel's defense, but to prevent a nuclear war. U.S. intelligence over the last couple of days, including Ambassador Witkoff to NATO, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth in front of the Senate this week testifying, saying that if Iran were to get a nuclear weapon, they are pretty confident they would use it. So these strikes were taken by the Israelis to prevent a nuclear war and a nuclear strike, not to start a war.
Yeah, and I want to kind of double down on that with Ali Beth Stuckey in a moment, but and Cameron Hamilton, I want to bring him up as well to give us some kind of an idea about the breadth and the effectiveness of this attack. But Ali Beth, you heard Katie there. Do you agree with what she's saying? Do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, what she said about Secretary Rubio's statement and how she interpreted it as more of a clarification rather than a distancing, I think is important, although it's up for interpretation. I think he's also walking a fine political line here in the United States. It's not just, as you said, that Congress is divided, but actually Republicans are divided. Trump supporters are divided. There are people who think this is actually going to escalate the chance of a nuclear war, and then others, of course, who think this is a completely justified and proportionate response. So I think Rubio is being wise, but he's also being extremely judicious politically. Yeah.
Interesting. Cameron Hamilton, we're going to go for you. I want to play some sound from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying earlier that this will go as many days as it takes. Watch.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9.
And I think even more importantly, just to double down, if I can take 30 more seconds here, Cameron, Benjamin Netanyahu, he went on to talk about, this is call for number 4, Katie. He went on to talk about the clear and present danger. And I think this is important to kind of get through and listen to what he says at the very end of this. Watch.
In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime.
Because as we go on and talk, it is a big concern of the Jewish people at all times that it will happen again. Cameron Hamilton, the breadth, the effectiveness of this strike, we've heard that we're going to go maybe in waves. It'll go on for maybe several hours. How much damage, how much can they go after these nuclear?
So remember, they had taken out, if you remember, their air defenses a few months ago. That's one of the reasons why this is easier now.
Nuclear sites and the military sites of Iran in that amount of time?
Well, I think part of the nature of how Israel will engage in this conflict is a bit exploratory as well. Unfortunately, Iran has not been a willing partner in transparency and showing due diligence to be accommodating for inspectors. So I think Israel's probing and trying to see just exactly how sophisticated this network truly is. I will say it's an incredibly expensive and laborious process to enrich uranium into uranium hexafluoride, which is then capable of being refined into weapons grade uranium, or actually to fuel different nuclear reactors. This is a very expensive, very deliberate, very intentional process that's distributed across different regions. And again, Iran has been very, very secretive with how they actually engage in these activities. So what Israel has effectively done here is eliminate some of its strategic leadership throughout the country, especially those within the military command that have influence as far as how and where these different resources and weapons might be utilized once they're fully mission capable. And then in addition to that, striking the infrastructure to stop them dead in their tracks with continuing to enrich and actually then transport said products to where potential missile sites or other locations are throughout Iran.
Yeah, Cameron, stand by if you would. We kind of talk about this. And again, the last line of Benjamin Netanyahu's thing, if we can bring up Elizabeth Pipko, that would be great. He said, today, the state refuses to be a victim of nuclear holocaust perpetuated by the Iranian regime. And Elizabeth Pipko, I mean, we have talked many times about how you started an online Holocaust museum.
Okay, I want to show you guys. Let me come back here. So all this talk about how uranium is enriched. So let's watch together a video. I'm trying to find a video that would kind of explain it. So let's do that together, okay? I think it'd be helpful.
Simplified animation shows how uranium is. This simplified animation shows how uranium is extracted. This is the uranium ore, and it is extracted using a drill that pulls the reamer up through the pilot hole, widening it. The broken ore then falls into what is known as an extraction chamber. Next, a bulldozer, operated remotely to keep the operator at a safe distance from falling rock hazards, picks up the uranium rock. Fast forward, the uranium is then condensed, ground, and placed into a centrifuge to keep the operator falls into what is known that pulls the reamer up through the. This is the uranium ore, and it is extracted using a drill that pulls the reamer up through the pilot hole, widening it. The broken ore then falls into what is known as an extraction chamber. Next, a bulldozer, operated remotely to keep the operator at a safe distance from falling rock hazards, picks up the uranium rock. Fast forward, the uranium is then condensed, ground, and placed into a centrifuge for further enrichment. Everyone is talking about centrifuge enrichment, but let's explore how it actually works. In this visualization, the green dots represent uranium-238 atoms, while the blue dots represent the concentration of uranium-235 atoms. This first batch is natural uranium, which contains only 0.7% of uranium-235. Here, in this image, we have 5% low-enriched uranium, which is used for commercial nuclear power plants. Finally, we have weapons-grade uranium, which contains 90% uranium-235. As you can see, almost all the uranium-238 has been removed, and it is replaced by uranium-235 representing the color blue. Let's show how this is extracted through super simplified animation. The centrifuge consists of a high-grade tube with a spinning motor at the bottom and a feeding tube at the top. Uranium is fed into the centrifuge as a gas called uranium hexafluoride. As the motor spins at high speed, the heavier uranium-238 is separated from the lighter uranium-235 using centrifugal force. The uranium-235 floats to the top and is collected at this section of the centrifuge, while the heavier uranium-238 in the color green falls to the bottom of the centrifuge and the enrichment process is complete. To understand how nuclear bombs are made, let's analyze how Little Boy and Fat Man works in super simplified animations. This is the Fat Man atomic bomb. It is a large, heavy plutonium imploded using shaped charges as shown in the animations. While Little Boy has a less heavy uranium weapons triggered in a shotgun or gun-type designs. The Little Boy has a length of 10 feet or 3 meters with a diameter of 28 inches, 71 centimeters. While the Fat Man has a length of 10 feet or 3.3 meters, but a much larger diameter of 60 inches or 1.5 meters. Comparing this to a person will help you understand its size. Oppenheimer Trinity test marked the inception of the implosion-designed plutonium, eventually leading to the detonation of the Fat Man atomic weapon. The outer charge explodes inward, followed by the inner ring of explosives, creating a concave shockwave. It moves this pusher here, breaking the barren plastic sphere. The shockwaves continue toward the uranium-238. It travels further, compressing the plutonium sphere and compressing it more. Interestingly, this was James Tuck's idea, a British physicist who suggested employing shaped charges as three-dimensional explosive lenses. But it was further developed and perfected by von Neumann, a Hungarian-American mathematician, physicist, and computer scientist. Enough history lessons, let's dive into the basic engineering behind a nuclear weapon. These are the 3 electric gun primers. The primer is the device responsible for initiating the propellant combustion located here, also known as the cordate or conventional charge, that will push this projectile at an explosive force. Moving ahead, this is the projectile tungsten carbide disc. And the most important part is the uranium-235 hollow projectile rings. It weighs around 84 pounds or 38.4 kilograms. While at the front is the uranium target rings that weigh around 56.2 pounds or 25.6 kilograms. That is around 145.5 pounds or 65.5 kilograms of uranium. Closely note, as it is very important to understand, the projectile ring slugs are hollowed and designed for the target rings to enter. All these mechanisms and parts are encased in a 6.5-inch or 170mm smoothbore gun barrel. Moving to the front, this is the impact-absorbing anvil. Just above it is the tungsten carbide plug. These are the 4 polonium initiators placed on the tungsten carbide. They are kept to make sure there will be a nuclear chain reaction when it is dropped and activated. Moving to the top of the structure are the arming and fusing equipment. Let's move outside this atomic bomb to understand it better. These are the barometric sensing ports and manifolds. The barometer helps to identify the altitude at which the bomb is located so that it can activate this Archie fusing radar altimeter, which is these curvy-looking objects that activates before reaching the ground. Just above it is the electric plug, and some refer to this as the arming wires. Step number 1. Before opening the bomb bay doors, all 3 arming plugs are pulled one after the other by the weaponeer William Sterling Deke Parsons. Step number 2. The doors open and the bomb falls due to gravity. Then it switches to its internal 24-volt battery and starts the timer. After 15 seconds, the bomb would be approximately 3,600 feet or 1,100 meters away from the aircraft. Step number 3. The barometer senses the desired height of around 580 meters or 1,900 feet. As the Little Boy was designed to be an airburst above the ground, the membrane closed a circuit activating the multiple radar altimeters located at the front of the bombs. The barometric stage was added because of a worry that external radar signals might detonate the weapon too early. Step number 4. To ensure accurate detection of final altitude, multiple radar altimeters were utilized. This process involves measuring the altitude above the ground beneath the aircraft or the little boy through the timing of radio waves travel, reflection, and return. Once the correct height was sensed, the firing switch activates. Step number 5. This ignites the 3 Navy gun primers in the breech plug. Step number 6. This sets off the charge consisting of 4 soap powder bags, each containing 2 pounds or 0.9 kilograms of cordite. Step number 7. The uranium projectile will be launched at 300 meters per second toward the opposite end of the gun barrel. Step number 8. 4 polonium initiators placed on the tungsten carbide initiate the nuclear reactions. Step number 9. This is where nuclear fission happens. Let's dive a little bit deeper. The neutron strikes the nucleus and is absorbed. The absorbed neutron causes the nucleus to undergo deformation. The nucleus fission releases an average of 2 or 3 neutrons, thus creating a chain reaction, or in some words, an explosion. The blast radius can be divided into several zones. The central blast zone has a diameter of 0.36 square kilometers, which is the extent of the fireball radius. This is the epicenter and experienced almost total destruction. Severe blast damage zone extends to around 4.5 square kilometers. This has severe damage to buildings, high casualties, and widespread destruction and radiations. Moderate blast zone is about 8.7 square kilometers. Damage to buildings and radiation burn is still significant but less severe. Light damage zone is beyond the blast radius. At 11 square kilometers, here there's fires, radiation exposure, and psychological trauma affected survivors among the thousands. Let's simplify this through these animations. Once the correct height is sensed, the firing switch activates. The 3 Navy gun primers ignite the charge consisting of 4 soap powder bags, each containing 2 pounds or 0.9 kilograms of cordite. The uranium projectile is launched at 300 meters per second. At this point, 4 polonium initiators placed on the tungsten carbide initiate nuclear fission reactions. In milliseconds, there will be an explosion damaging buildings and killing people by the thousands. We make original animations from scratch with just 3 animators, so please subscribe, like, and comment for more videos.
All right. So it's complicated. Of course, now, you know, they're using the World War II bombs of a fat man and a little boy, because I doubt you're going to have a video that explains how modern ones functions and then give everybody the information, right? So it stands to reason that they're going to use something from whatever, 75 years ago. So do you know what the state of Christianity is in Iran? Is it mostly Eastern Orthodox, Catholic, or something else? Or is it so underground and hidden that it is hard to tell? That's a good question. So I'll tell you the little that I do know. Years ago, when we were in Beirut, we were sending stuff in Braille to Armenian Christians in Iran. You still have Jews in Iran. You do have Catholics. You do have Orthodox. I don't know what let's double check. Let's double check what's the breakdown of Christian sects in Iran? Armenian Apostolic Church, Oriental Orthodox, 150,000 to 200,000 ethnic Armenians. There you go. That's what I was telling you about. So the main areas are in Tehran, Isfahan, which is being hit, New Julfa, and Tabriz. So they are the main ones. You've got the Assyrian Church of the East, much less, between 10,000 to 20,000. They're Syriac-speaking, Aramaic, mainly in Tehran and Urmia in northwest Iran. They actually have a seat in parliament. And then you've got the Chaldean Catholic Church. There's about 5,000 to 10,000 of them. They're Assyrians, but they're Catholic, right? So they're in communion with Rome. And they worship in Syriac. The Eastern Rite Catholics, that's my background, but as a Greek Catholic Melkite. So it's Eastern Rite, but Catholic. And then you've got the Protestant churches, Evangelical, Anglican, Pentecostal, 5,000 to 10,000 officially. mainly converts from Islam and some ethnic minorities, which is interesting. The main converts from Islam convert to evangelical form of Christianity, and they worship in Persian, Armenian, Assyrian. Their status is highly restricted because they're the ones who mostly get Muslim converts. So you can kind of be a Christian, you can be a Jew as long as you don't cause problems and you don't proselytize. But if you are a Muslim who converts, it's a death penalty in Iran. And that's all that I know, brother. Friday the 13th in the Middle East, yeah. Join me on the live, guys. Click on the link and come talk to me. I'd love to hear your thoughts about this. Here's the link in the chat. I always pray for, just like kids throwing rocks. I always pray for Israel, and tonight, pray to see Iranians cheering when the sun rises. Yeah, well, there's a lot of Iranians that are happy right now. A lot of Iranians have been waiting for this for a long, long time. Ray! That's my brother-in-law, guys. Do you think this would have happened if Trump wasn't elected? No, it would not have happened. Good question. No. So Trump, it's a good strategy. I would adopt the same. It's basically, we'll help you guys, we'll assist you, but we're not going to do an open strike along with you. But you do the dirty business. You do what needs to be done, and we'll back you up. Definitely. I mean, one of the ways is like, it didn't happen under Obama when it was time. Actually, Obama could have peacefully, he could have destabilized the Iranian regime back in 2011. You guys correct me if my memory fails me. But in 2011, there was like a real push, a popular front push against the Iranian regime, the regime of the Ayatollahs. And the people, there had signs of saying, Obama, are you with us? Asking Obama, are you with us? And that was the time to apply pressure. You could have toppled the regime. And Obama just threw them under the bus and did a deal with the Iranians, fed the regime hundreds of millions of dollars, if not actually billions of dollars, and didn't do anything. He actually established the regime. And then he strengthened the Islamic Brotherhood, which are Sunni, the Muslim Brotherhood across the Middle East. And then, we saw under Biden, nothing happened. So it's significant that it does happen under Trump. The Lord judges Israel through the nations, but Israel is also his tool for judging the nations. That's his line wherewith he judges the nations. So, good question, Ray. It's good to see you, Habibi.
Lest people forget.
Really does not really know when to go and do something. And you're going to see miracles like you never saw before. Israel only did 2 preemptive strikes in their life. 6-Day War, and when they went after Iraq. This is the 3rd time they did a preemptive. And everybody's calling it preemptive. They never won a war without a preemptive. They always ended up in a ceasefire. A preemptive means we're destroying everything that you got. And if you're going to pick up your head, we're going to shoot you down again. Iran is going to quit within 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's interesting. Back to the United States now. You can bring Katie Pavlich back in. Jason Chaffetz was talking earlier about this, Katie, but here is the actual statement from Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. He says, quoting here, Iran would not be this close to possessing a nuclear weapon if Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu had not forced America out of the nuclear agreement with Iran that brought Europe, Russia, and China together behind the United States to successfully contain Iran's nuclear ambitions. This is a disaster of Trump and Netanyahu's own making, and now the region risks spiraling toward a new deadly conflict. So the split is beginning. And
okay, they said it was going to spiral towards a new deadly conflict if you move the American embassy to Jerusalem. It was going to trigger World War III. If you recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, also. Trump does this against the shrieking cries and opposition of so many, the wailing warnings. And you know what happened? The Sunnis finally actually were forced to speak the truth and publish the theological truth that Jerusalem is not holy in Islam. It isn't. Jerusalem is not anywhere near the theological radar of Islam. And then now you had the Sunni rulers who had to explain to their people, after lying for them for years and years and years and years, saying Jerusalem is holy in Islam, they were basically saying, actually, we are not selling out to the Americans because Jerusalem doesn't concern Islam, which is the truth. And now Argentina is going to move their embassy. Javier Milei announced that in 2026, Argentina is moving its embassy to Jerusalem. In the Middle East, force brings peace. So Israel muddies the water. When you talk Israel, people's emotions go through the roof and nobody thinks straight anymore, which, by the way, is itself indicative that there's something supernatural with that people, but people just can't see that. So if you want an illustration, look at what happens to all the Middle Eastern countries when you take out the tyrant. Now, I don't want to live under a tyrant, but you've got nations that are tyrannical and wild in their constitution. I'm talking about their innate human constitution. So you take out Saddam Hussein, Iraq is relatively stable. My wife is Iraqi, by the way. So Iraq is relatively stable, and you get absolute chaos. The Assads are ruling Syria, brutal regime, wicked regime, evil regime, but Syria is stable. It can function. Take out the tyrants, chaos. Libya, under Muammar Gaddafi, brutal, wicked tyrant. Take out the tyrant, what do you get? Chaos. I mean, it's not like chaos for like 6 months or a year or two, and then they find their footing again. No. It's just complete chaos until a new tyrant rises. You know why they can only understand the sword? Because they themselves only express themselves by the sword. That's how Islam conquered. That's how Islam functions. You cannot appease them. For them, that is perceived as weakness. That is perceived as capitulation. Think about how they look at women. The Western people really have a hard time getting this through their thick skull. Okay, so it's shocking to hear the Islamic justification for rape. So they'll talk about, well, she was showing her hair. She was showing her calves. Yes, her calves, her ankles even, right? She was showing her neck. And so for them, only a whore would do that, because if you're showing some skin, you're basically saying, I'm available. That's how they process that. And to some extent, now, so the thing is like, it's kind of true when a woman is indecent and immodest. I know that a lot of ladies will say, well, I'm just asking for, like, it's like you want the attention, but then you don't want the danger that comes with the attention. And that's a very, very difficult line to walk. But for them, all they see is they can't process those nuances. They just can't understand that, well, I want to be looked at and desired just enough where you actually think I'm pretty, but you don't do anything that I would object to. That is not there at all. So for them is the moment you show any kind of, even if you smile, I know it's hard for you guys to process, but I'm telling you, okay, if you smile to a Muslim man, and I'm not talking about your Muslim neighbor in, some part of the States where he's like a second, third generation Muslim, and he's like, he goes to mosque sometimes, he's a cultural Muslim. I'm talking about real deal, dyed in the blue, indigenous Muslim from the Middle East somewhere. You smile, oh, so that's an invitation. You go diplomatically and you shake hands. Yes, you show respect, but if you don't got a lot of deterrent power behind that, it's an invitation to rape. That's really what it is. It's an invitation to rape. Islam is there to dominate or be dominated. There is no in between. And it just fascinates me that the U.S. Army and those Western nations invest so heavily in psychology. And it's like, my question is like, don't you have like psychologists? Don't you have people, anthropologists who understand? The guys who are constantly going on, the professors are constantly talking about cultural relativism, that not all cultures are the same, and we need to understand the other cultures, still can't break out of their own Western prison and really understand the culture for what it is. They still actually want to westernize Islamic culture. You know, this whole concept of having secular and religious, that doesn't exist. Actually, it never existed in the ancient world anywhere. That's a Christian concept. So the secularists, the moment you start talking about secular and religion, that's a Christian distinction. It's a Christian distinction. It's a Christian worldview that separates between the secular and the religious. So the moment you say this, you think that you're being secular and humanist, you're actually being Christian in your approach. And then to try to impose that on the Middle East, it's not going to work. That's not how it functions. Anyway, you know, my tirade is over. I don't want to get too much into it because it just stirs me up. But Crimson streams, how will Israel be perceived by the nations when the Antichrist confirms the covenant and during the first half of the 70th week? I know the last half is very hostile. So that's we're pretty sure of. The half is hostile. The last half is the tribulation, the 42 months, definitely. The way I understand this is after the rapture of the church, there's a period of, and maybe overlapping with the church, and maybe even with the first half of Daniel's 70th week, there's a period of the beginning of sorrows, what Jesus Christ calls it, the beginnings of sorrows. And it seems to me, of course, this is eschatology, so we're seeing through glass darkly, but it seems that he comes on the scene and he confirms the Abrahamic covenant. So I've got a kind of particular view to particular understanding of Daniel 9:27, where it's the Antichrist, not Jesus, but confirming the Abrahamic covenant. It's not yet the actual peace deal between him and the Jews, where they do a covenant with death and hell that you read about in Isaiah 28. Bible students of eschatology will understand what I'm talking about here. And so you've got the beginning of sorrows, and then he comes in and he confirms the Abrahamic covenant, and that brings some semblance of peace, which is why they say peace and safety. I could imagine that Israel is on the ascendancy and it becomes a regional power in the Middle East. But there's still sorrows and there's tensions, and the renewing of the Abrahamic covenant that allows them to get their temple going. It might be that the Antichrist does a wink to their surrounding neighbors, saying it's only going to last 7 years, guys, and I'll betray them after a while. And then he betrays them after 3.5. So the relationship between the surrounding nations and Israel, I imagine to be as they're forced to be reckoned with. It's not constant attacks and wars like it was in the 20th century, but there's tensions. But I do see Israel as a lot stronger, not because of the Chuck Missler understanding of Ezekiel chapter 38. I don't believe there's such a thing as like a non-Armageddon war that precedes. There is no invasion. That's not how Ezekiel 38 reads. People are reading this too fast. I got 2 videos on this. If you read Ezekiel 38 slowly, there is no invasion of Persia, Russia, and Ethiopia into the land of Israel. That's just not there. What you're seeing is a snapshot in time. Ezekiel 38 opens up with something has already happened, and this is the tail end of it because it opens up with I'm going to put hooks in your jaws and bring you back out. And I believe that's what you're reading in Daniel 11. If you go read Daniel 11, you put it side by side with Ezekiel 38, suddenly the lights come on. So also hearing the Abraham Accords is a covenant to be confirmed. So that's interesting. That's an interesting take, McGrim. So the Abraham Accord, and what a great name, right? Because they do unite in Abraham. The Abraham Accords could lead to the Antichrist confirming the Abrahamic covenant. So that's kind of my position. That's what I teach in the Sealing Daniel, guys. If you go check it, it's in the description. So what I teach is that the Antichrist actually confirms the Abrahamic covenant. He plays as a friend of the Abrahamic covenant. When he says when Gabriel says he shall confirm the covenant, in context, it's the Abrahamic Mosaic covenant. So basically, that's why he says, all right, we're going to recognize Israel as God's people, which John Paul II in the Nostra Aetata of 1965, established in Vatican II, does. It lays the groundwork for this. The Vatican I adherents hate Vatican II. So he kind of recognizes that. And the Abraham Accords may definitely be the groundwork for this, the foundational work for this. So whenever you're talking prophecy, things like this, people get excited because what they're seeing is you've got a build-up that is in line with prophecy. And then here's what happens is that the mistake is that people start saying, and this is it, guys, this is it. So you can't say this is it because Satan is always building things up to manifest. The mystery of iniquity doth already work in the days of Paul. So at multiple points in history, there is always a scripture matching build-up towards a one world ruler, but it's just that the Holy Spirit every time says, but not yet, but not yet, but not yet. So are we going to build up now? Yes. Will it turn out to have been the ultimate build-up? I don't know. If the Holy Spirit of God says no and pushes it back down, delays it, then the thing's going to whimper back up. But one of those pushes will finally have the Holy Spirit say, all right, go ahead. And that'll be it. Now, the big part of the puzzle is that Israel's back in the land. That's undeniable. The fact that Israel's back in the land, that is a huge piece of the puzzle that we're in the end times. And that they happen to be back in the land towards the end of the 6th millennial day of human history. And we know that God rests in the 7th day of millennial history. So on the macro level, definitely, I'd say on the macro level, we are definitely in the last days because we're approaching the 7th day because of Israel back in the land. You see stuff like the Abraham Accords. I mean, Trump moving the embassy back to Jerusalem. I know the Jews wanted to make money off of this, but they actually they make that coin with Trump and Cyrus there in the background and Trump in the forefront, citing Chronicles. He has to charge me to build him a house at Jerusalem. So I actually got a coin. My mom got me this as a gift. It's part of my decoration there. You can see that coin there. You can order it online too. You can buy it online. It's pretty cool. He has charged me to build him in a house, which is at Jerusalem. So I'm not saying that Trump is some kind of messianic figure. I'm not saying that. Please don't misunderstand. What I'm saying is that's the dynamic that the Bible tells you to expect. If you read Cyrus, Cyrus is a world ruler who starts off lost, heathen, ends up recognizing the God of the Bible as a true God, and is amiable towards Israel and allows them to go back and rebuild the temple. And the Antichrist is going to be that type of a figure, but unlike Cyrus, he's planning to betray them. Yeah, I actually bought the coin. Oh no. Why? Oh no. It's pretty cool. It's like it relates to the patterns in Bible prophecy. It's nothing more than that to me. So you can come on McGrim, click on the link and come join me. You can tell me why. Oh no. All right, guys, click on the link. All right. I want to talk to you. Here, I'll put the invite one more time in the chat. I put that in the chat. Exit 3 they want. I heard that. I'll try to double check that. So I'll play the video and I'll try to find that.
And it's beginning early, Katie.
Well, I'm not surprised since Senator Chris Murphy would never give the president.
We know President Trump tried to pursue as many diplomatic opportunities as possible. His Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, going back and forth to the region in Oman and Europe 5 separate times, meeting with Iranian counterparts, trying to get together some sort of agreement. But the Israelis said that they were too close to a nuclear weapon, according to sources that we have talked to. And again, the decision was made tonight to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. The latest information that we have, the Israeli cabinet met tonight. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the nation about what is taking place, but we do not expect this to be over in a short period of time. This is likely going to take a matter of weeks before it is complete. And we do expect Iranian missiles to target Israeli cities in possibly the hours or days ahead. Trace.
Trey Yingst, live for us in Tel Aviv. Trey, we will get back to you as the news comes in. We appreciate it. The chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, is also live with us tonight. Jennifer, of course, lived in Israel for a number of years. Jennifer, what are you learning out of the Pentagon tonight? What do we think about the days-long event that Trey Yingst is referring to?
Well, Trace, I've been speaking to not only senior U.S. defense officials, but also to Israeli security sources. And in Israel, there is a belief that there will be, in the coming days, a ballistic missile strike by Iran in retaliation. They are prepared for that. They are preparing for that. But right now, the question is, how much disruption has there been to Iran's command and control? We know that at least 2 senior Iranian generals have been killed. Another has been hospitalized. We understand that a senior advisor to the Supreme leader has also been hospitalized. So clearly they were targeting also nuclear scientists. Clearly they wanted to, in these strikes that have taken place in Iran, to disrupt the command and control of Iran. In order to mitigate some of the response that Iran is going to mount. Now, Iran has said for days that they will strike back, and they have said that they will hold.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, McGrim. So this is going to be very difficult for the Iranian regime to save face from this one, because they're constantly pumping to their people how strong they are, how powerful they are, and that the threats are idle. So they can't save face from this. They're definitely going to have to strike back. They might not have the capability. And now that would be the time that the regime is destabilized enough that you can have an upheaval, a popular uprising against the regime. There's a lot of people, most Iranians. I saw a statistic where something like 60% of Iranians don't even identify with Islam anymore. And if that happens, that country is going to open up its doors to the gospel. And if you're a Christian and you want to support evangelists or missionaries, this will be like the fall of the Soviet Union. It'll be the time to get in there. So if the Lord is leading you, I really suggest you learn Farsi. Learn Farsi. And we need to get ready. The reason why the Philippines is so rich in Christians and produces evangelists, and when I say evangelists, I use it the Bible way, meaning a missionaries. The Bible word for missionaries is evangelist, is because General MacArthur after World War II said, send missionaries, send missionaries. We support an evangelist in the Slavic part of the world because I want to protect his work. And he told me, he went there right after the fall of the Soviet Union. He said for 10 years the people were open, and after 10 years they grew very cold to the gospel until the war struck again between Russia and Ukraine, and now they're opening up in that region of the world. So now's the time, guys. Pray for evangelists. Pray that God the Father would send forth laborers into Persia, into Iran. I'm still muted now.
Hold the U.S. responsible for any Israeli strike. The U.S. has been very clear that the U.S. military has not been involved in this attack tonight. We have the statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. But I can tell you, just reading the tea leaves, looking back through the past few days, it's clear that the U.S. had an indication that Israel was going to strike either through intelligence or through direct talks. General Eric Kurilla, the CENTCOM commander, was supposed to head to Israel and be there on Saturday. That trip was postponed. He was supposed to testify on Capitol.
So one thing that hasn't been mentioned is that there were still talk of a negotiation meeting on Sunday. If you go back a little bit and you remember, actually my mom pointed that out. So good job, Mom. There was still talk about potentially we're going to wait till Sunday, and if it's Sunday it doesn't work, then maybe there's going to be a strike. And that kind of possibly, although the Iranians are very smart people, possibly have lulled them to sleep in not envisaging in their scenarios that there would be an Israeli strike. One of the things with that is when you lay out a strategic scenario, You have to be humble enough and realistic enough to envision being smitten really fast, really quick. And if you're very proud, you're going to discount scenarios that are quite possible because your pride won't allow you in front of your commanders to say this could happen, and then you don't prepare for them and you're caught by your pride. Something like that probably happened.
Capitol Hill today. We learned last night that that had been postponed as well. Steve Witkoff was supposed to be in Oman for the 6th round of nuclear talks with the Iranian foreign minister on Sunday. It's not clear whether he's still traveling to the region, but I think it's also very important to point out, Trace, that the U.S. is extremely vulnerable across the Middle East in terms of bases like the home of the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, very vulnerable. And off the coast of Oman in the Arabian Sea, we know that the USS Carl Vinson, the aircraft carrier strike group, has been positioned. There are naval vessels in the region. It is, I would expect, and Israel has done an excellent job in recent months in terms of taking out proxies in the region, but you can expect those proxies will be looking at targets, both Israeli and possibly American. I think here, in terms of the military parade that's supposed to take place on Saturday for the Army's birthday and bring large crowds out to watch that military parade, that is now a massive security complication and possible target for anyone trying to disrupt things and to.
So the problem is, Iran has got a lot of agents in the States. You Americans, you've got Iranian agents on your soil. And then Chinese agents and Russian agents that could help them. I mean, how else is it going to strike? This is the era of asymmetric warfare, right? It's not going to launch a ballistic missile at the United States of America. That ain't happening. So that's something. I want to show you here some of the Telegram channels that I follow. This is videos from inside Iran. I grew up like that. I wonder if there's a risk of radiation for the people. That would be really sad. Yeah, you're right, Migram. I'd agree. It would be related. I agree. Good observation. Sorry, thank you. This would be Tehran. Sorry, I don't understand Persian, so I can't translate for you guys. good. In the era of social media, you get like videos right from the ground from the people watching. At that very moment, I don't know, Migrim. There's going to be waves throughout the night, they said. Right now, over there, by the way, I'll tell you in a second what time it is. Building hit in Mahalati area of Tehran. Looks like an assassination attempt. See, that's what everyone said. Those guys know this is coming, and they're living up on the top of the building, penthouse of the building. Like, what are you doing? Days like this, your chiefs of staff, your leaders are supposed to be hid underground. I mean, Hassan Nasrallah was underground, still got killed. I just don't understand how they let them live like that. More of the attacks in residential buildings in Tehran. Those are targeted assassinations of the leaders of the army, of course, to cripple the command and control. So there would not be a response.
ساعت الان 3:37 دقیقه ورودی فرحزاده پایین یه ساختمان مسکونی زده شده.
What time is it in Iran now? In Israel, it's plus 7 hours. So it's 6:17 in the morning. In Tehran right now, it's 6:47 a.m. as we're speaking now. You're following the live. 6:47 in Tehran. If you want to come join me so we can talk, we'll watch it together and we'll talk together. Here's the link. Click the link. It's also at the top of the chat. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Let's do this together, guys. It's more fun.
Y'all see the show.
I got you, Migrim. No problem, brother. By the way, notice how people are standing. Watch this again. This is how much they trust Israel. All right? Ask me. I'm Lebanese. You should see in Lebanon. Israel sends a warning. It says, we're going to strike this building in the next hour. Evacuate up to 500 feet away. You know what the Lebanese do? They set up coffee shops. That's why you have videos of this stuff. They set up their cameras, coffee shops. They sit on chairs and watch like a show. That's how much they trust the Jews not to be just haphazardly lobbing their weapons. That's how much they trust Israeli engineering and precision strikes. So those guys are just standing watching there. You see Jews like just sitting on the street and like kind of watching where Iran's going to strike? No, everybody ducks. You can't argue with that.
بالای میدان نومونیت همین الان دخترش زیر آمونیت 4 طبقه
It's like they know the strike is over and there's no more danger. Targeted assassination. Penthouse. It's insane, man. It's like those guys, what are you doing up in that penthouse, man? Yeah, that whole high rise is down. That's in Natanz, where the reactor is. That one's where the reactor is. Man, I'd be scared of radiation from this. I would be out of there. No way. Right, so it's in the morning now. It's morning now in Iran. Of course, that building is condemned now. Unless engineers keep it together, it becomes a security risk. There's a growing likelihood, from security sources, there's a growing likelihood that the Iranian general staff, including the Iranian chief of staff and senior nuclear scientists, were eliminated in the opening strike. Did you guys ever read the book by Michael Ostrovsky called By Way of Deception? Fascinating how the Mossad works. Arba is 4. So this is from people on the ground. All right, you're not going to get this on Fox News or CNN. If you want to follow the channel, it's Abu Ali Express on Telegram. There, of course, there's Amir Sarfati also. But Abu Ali Express is the more dispassionate and analytical in its approach. Look at the secondary explosions. Okay, do you know why this is happening? So this happens when a strike takes place, so the bomb is dropped, but there's ammunition down there. And so all the missiles that are in the depot, it starts a chain reaction, one after another. So that's how you know that they actually struck an ammunition depot. All those are missiles exploding one after another, or drones. It's hard to look at straight. So you see where it is in the mountains. You see where that is? Right in the mountains. So that would have taken bunker busting bombs. They have to penetrate really deep underground. The military base in the city of Elam, west of Tehran, was attacked. Iranian sources claim that it appears that Israel is now attacking targets whose destruction would allow it freedom for action for deeper attacks. So some of the attacks are preparatory attacks aimed at paralyzing certain systems in preparation for another wave of attacks. Paralyzing certain systems, but not only that, they dump them and then go back and dump again to dig deeper. So that's part of the reasons why you need waves also. Of course, they would have had a full intelligence assessment of all the nuclear sites and their presence. Unofficial reports of the assassination of Hussein Salami, commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, and Muhammad Bagheri, chief of staff of the Iranian army. Iranian television added a black ribbon as a sign of mourning to the top of the screen circled in yellow up here. Shiite sources report that the commander of the Khatam al-Anbiya, the seal of the prophets, compound in Tehran, Major General Ghulam Ali Rashid, was killed in the attack. According to these sources, Dr. Firaydun Abbasi, who previously headed the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, was also killed. Officially confirmed, Iranian Tasnim news agency reports that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander Hussein Salami has been killed. A great, great, great achievement by Israel. Okay, I want to show you something here. If you ever see, so notice there on the forehead, there's a mark on the forehead. I don't know if you guys see that. There's a brown spot on the forehead. You guys know what that's from? I'd be interested to know if you guys know where that's from. See that brown spot? So you'll see a number of Muslims, especially religious Muslims, will have it. This is not like Ash Wednesday. Right? So let me know if you know why that is, and if you don't, I'll let you know in a few minutes. When you see that on a Muslim's forehead, you can tell something about him. Okay, let me know if you know why that would be there. The Iranians were certainly surprised. The depth of the intelligence penetration is unimaginable. Even Nasrallah was not eliminated in the opening blow. Yeah, but intelligence penetration. You're living in a high rise. you're the chief of staff, chief nuclear scientist, and you're at the top of a building. I just like, how proud are you? You really like, they believe their own lies. They start believing their own lies. They saw what Israel did to Hezbollah. They killed Ismail Haniyeh right in the middle of Tehran, if you remember, the head of the Palestinians. Wow. Birthmark, no. They had a deck of cards ready, bowing down to the ground. So, Good and Evil book is available in the Farsi language. It's also an app easily shareable. I don't know what that is, my friend. So the reason why they have a mark on the forehead is because they do their prayers 5 times a day. So when they bow down 5 times a day, their forehead has to touch the ground. And so by virtue of having their forehead in contact with the ground constantly, it actually leaves a mark. And so a lot of the religious ones are proud of that mark because it communicates visually that I am a devout Muslim who does his 5 prayers a day. So if you ever see that mark on a Muslim's forehead, you're dealing with someone who does actually his 5 prayers, spends time doing it. So you're dealing with not exceptionally, but you're dealing with a very religious Muslim, a devout Muslim, which is odd, right? It's like the religion of the Antichrist, and they've got a mark on the forehead. Well, the religion of the Antichrist. The Antichrist combines all religions through Rome at first. So the Iranian air defense site in Tabriz was attacked. You are witnessing historic times. The Middle East is changing for many years to come right now. So Abu Ali Express is not one to exaggerate. He's careful with his words. So if he says that, image for the history books. Let's go check. An Iranian reporter with a plume of smoke from the Natanz nuclear facility and a black ribbon mourning at the edge of the screen. This is the smoke escaping, right, from the surface. These things are dozens of meters underground. So it's hell underneath that. So the smoke may not look impressive, but the fact that there's so much on the surface, you just imagine how much there's below it. The home of nuclear scientist Dr. Faridun Abbasi, who headed the Atomic Energy Organization. So I'll tell you a story from Michael Ostrovsky's By Way of Deception. One of the ways, this is back in the 70s, I think, or the 80s, that Mossad got to one of the nuclear scientists. I think it was in Iraq, before they hit the nuclear reactor in Oziraq. So the nuclear scientist was working in France. The Iraqi nuclear scientist was working in France, and he knew that he was a high value target and that he had to work incognito. And so he was kind of employed as a professor in France. He wouldn't even drive a car, right? He would go by public transport to wherever he needed to go. And so the Mossad had located him, and they wanted to capture him alive to question him. And so what they did is he'd be waiting at the bus stop at a particular time of the day, and then there would always be like this beautiful, like blonde model that would be standing with him waiting for the bus, and he would get on the bus and she would get on the bus. Now, it's not what you're thinking. Okay, they didn't use the girl to attract him. That's not what happened. They're even one step smarter than that. So it just becomes a thing. She's just some random French citizen that's waiting for the same bus. They both get on the bus at the same time. And then one day, oh, no, that's what happens. She doesn't get on the bus. So she's waiting near the bus stop where he takes his bus. So let's say the bus would come at like 6:30 a.m. Every time at 6:20, a Ferrari would show up and a guy would pick up that beautiful blonde girl in the Ferrari and then drive away. And then a few minutes later, the bus would arrive and then the Iraqi nuclear science would get on the bus. And so that happened. So they established a pattern. Well, one day, so the details are a little flew for me, blurry, that is. I forget by what mechanism, but it ends up that she's waiting for the Ferrari and she is visibly displeased that the Ferrari is late. And so like he's noticing that, and she storms off because her boyfriend is late. He doesn't show up on time. And so she storms off, and then a few minutes later, the Ferrari pulls up and the boyfriend's kind of like looking for his girlfriend, right? And so the Iraqi scientist is like, kind of looks in. I don't know if the guy asked him, like, have you seen my girlfriend? He looks in, he's like, oh, because he's seen her wait for him for days. He says, oh, she got upset because you were late and she walked away. And the guy in the Ferrari goes, oh, man. He's like, man, thank you. He says, and like they managed to have his bus delayed or he missed the bus or something. Or no, not even. But the guy in the Ferrari says, look, I'm going in that direction. You want to ride? You get a ride in a Ferrari. So it's not the girl that got him. It's the Ferrari. So he's like, yeah, I'll take the ride. He gets in the Ferrari, and the Ferrari drives him into being detained by the Mossad. And that was in Michael Ostrovsky's book, By the Way of Deception. He was a Mossad agent that was a Canadian. They used the Canadian passports a lot. And I think the book was illegal at some point in Canada. I'm not sure. It might still be illegal. So that's how shrewd Jacob is, right? It's typical Jacob, right? Typical Jacob. Have a nice holiday, brother. Thank you. You too, Rory. That's good. Iranian news agency IRNA, Iranian Army Chief of Staff Mohammad Bagheri is healthy and unharmed and is in the Situation Room. All right, so when they say that, you know he's dead, usually. You can just take that for granted. That's wild. Join me, guys. Click the link. You can scroll up. It's at the top of the chat. We're traveling. We're actually going on vacation in a few hours, and we have to wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not gonna sleep and wake up. I'm just gonna stay here and do this because I wouldn't be able to sleep anyway with this.
Capture the enemy, you learn more, and then you continually adapt your practices to then find new targets, new approaches, and that continuous improvement methodology that you find in business and in a lot of other industries is also effectively applied here now, except the information is moving rapidly in minutes, hours, as opposed to days, weeks, or months, even sometimes years. So I will say Israel's effort in this conflict right now will also be to see not only cutting the head off the snake and decapitating a lot of their most senior and strategic leaders. Again, we have to think about the fact that the Stephen Miller equivalent of Iran is potentially dead. That's a quite consequential decision. Who knows all the inner workings of the Iranian government? But having said that, how the Iranian people and how specifically the Iranian government respond will then drive further action of the Israelis. I do also want to comment as it pertains towards the destruction of some of these nuclear sites. You know, when the calamity of Chernobyl took place and you had nuclear material that was dispersed into the upper atmosphere, it created a humanitarian catastrophe that was seen all the way in parts of Western Europe. I mean, it just aerosolized and carried on nuclear debris and material for hundreds, if not thousands of miles. By actually striking material that's currently buried within the rock and soil, ironically, that's a more humane way to go about ensuring that, number one, you encapsulate material that may have been produced. Number two, you still need fuel, energy, and other equipment and resources to fund those sites. So by disrupting generators, by disrupting flow of oxygen and other things that go into those different bunker systems, you effectively seal them off and make them almost impenetrable from outside influence so that whatever was there is essentially entombed in the rock.
Yeah, it's fascinating, Steve Harrigan. I've got about 30 seconds left, but it's
Oh, you gotta subscribe now to watch this stuff, or pay something. I'm not paying to watch Fox News. That's for sure. What's another source you guys suggest? All right, so I'll lead you my my notes here on Isaiah 21. I haven't finished. I'm hardly begun transferring my notes from my Bible for Isaiah. So let's put that over here. The burden of the desert of the sea, as whirlwinds in the south pass through, so it cometh from the desert, from a terrible land. A grievous vision is declared unto me. The treacherous dealer dealeth treacherously. That's not Trump. Trump, I mean, yeah, he's a dealer. He may be treacherous for all I know. I don't know, but those links there, you have to remember these things are historical, and the secondary application is in the main application is in the tribulation. All these prophetic passages, so I'm being kind of short here, short in the sense of brief, but the main application of those prophetic passages is in the tribulation. While the church is here, it's not the full activation of these things. Now, some people could say, well, we're going to see some things on this side of the rapture as a preparation for what happens thereafter, and that might be the case, but it's good to keep in mind that the main application of those prophetic passages is the tribulation. Go up, O Elam, besiege, O Media, all the sighing thereof have I made to cease. Note how Elam comes in the place of Persia and Media. It's Elam and Media, right? Therefore are my loins filled with pain. Pangs have taken hold upon me, as the pangs of a woman that travaileth. I was bowed down at the hearing of it. I was dismayed at the seeing of it. My heart panted, fearfulness affrighted me. The night of my pleasure has he turned to fear unto me. Prepare the table. Now he's talking to Israel here, it seems. Watch on the watchtower, eat, drink, arise, ye princes, anoint the shield. Lord tells him, go set a watchman, and then this is a very difficult passage of scripture. It's not even, I don't know what's going on there, to be honest. It seems that Elam is put for Persia. Says Barnes, this was the name of the country originally possessed by the Persians, and was so called from Elam, a son of Shem, in Genesis 10:22. It was east of the Euphrates and comprehended properly the mountainous countries of Khuzestan and Luristan, called by the Greek writers Elimais. In this country was Susa or Shushan, mentioned in Daniel 8:2, where Daniel gets his vision. It's here put for Persia in general, and the call on Elam and Media to go up was a call on the United Kingdom of the Medes and Persians. Benson says Elam was an eminent province of Persia bordering upon Media, and is here put for Persia in general. What does the Cambridge say? Elam, Media, the dominions of Cyrus. The former lay east of the Tigris and north of the Persian Gulf. Media was the mountainous district adjoining it on the north, the Zagros Mountains. Cyrus, according to the Babylonian records, was originally king of Anzan in the north of Elam. In 549, that would be BC, of course, he conquered Media, uniting the two in one kingdom. The name Persia never occurs in pre-exilic books. All right, go set a watchman. In Babylon, I don't know. The watchman cries a lion, verse 8, but Babylon itself is a lion, though not only Babylon. I don't know. This is a difficult passage of scripture. I don't have my notes of the Bible, so I'm still learning and gathering information. What I can tell you is that the rule of thumb to follow is that those passages are mainly to be applied in the tribulation after the church is raptured. It doesn't make for sensational YouTube viewing, but it does make for something a little bit more biblically accurate. Now, there's patterns in scriptures, so you could see a pattern in Trump. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Just 7 days. Just 7 days. I'm not sure the nuclear fallout will be as radioactive and something. No, it won't. But yeah, I'll be checking the Geiger meter too. So the last verse in Jeremiah 49 says, but again, they get restored. Elam gets restored in the millennial kingdom. Yeah. So you've got Persia is an established nation in the millennial kingdom. Yeah, no, it's Jacob's trouble. Latter days is just Jacob's trouble. Yeah. This is Amir Sarfati's Telegram channel. Let's see if there's just something different. Senior Israeli officials were moved to protected locations. Interceptions. This is over the skies of Israel. Man. Look at that. I wish there was all. Why is there no audio on that? That's something. Those are bunker busting and stuff, man. Look at that. Look at that. What a video. Watch that again. Wow. Netanyahu, Iran still has the ability to strike us and we are prepared for it. I ask our people to cooperate. The Israeli strike caught all the Iranian commanders in bed. Not a single warning signal was activated. I don't get that, man. That's amazing. I just, only pride can get you. I mean, the Israelis are good, but they're good, but not that good. There was crazy diversion operation here. First, the nonstop chatter on an imminent attack. When you talk about it a lot, it becomes seemingly less of a violent event. The meeting is scheduled for Sunday between the Iranians and the Americans because when there's a critical meeting on the nuclear issue, who will attack? Netanyahu's regular agenda, endless meetings with Argentine President Milei, Trump's warnings and public statements. I prefer diplomacy. Israel will not attack immediately. To summarize, it's impressive that even on days like this, such ingenuity can be done. Still, how in the world are you in bed on top of a high-rise? I mean, like, this is just Iranian incompetence. Pride, because the Iranians are very smart. Among the targets of the assassination, Chief of Staff Bagheri, Commander of the Revolutionary Guard Salami, Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council Samkhani. I think he's wounded in the hospital. I'm not sure he's dead yet. 3 waves. So why now? Iran was days from moving forward with 15 nuclear bombs. Secretary Hegseth hinted that yesterday in a Senate hearing. Security source and dramatic statements. Chances are increasing that the entire Iranian general staff, including the Iranian chief of staff and senior nuclear scientists, were eliminated in the opening blow. If you're going to hit hard, man. The heavy water reactor in Arak is attacked as well. Ben Gurion Airport began evacuating the civilian planes on the ground and taking them out of the country. Another wave of attacks from Iraqi airspace has begun. Israeli officials, Iran reached the point of being able to immediately produce 15 bombs. We had no choice to attack. caught them with their pants down. They caught them with literally with their pants down. After Iraq in 81, yeah, it was Iraq. I remember that. In Syria 2007, Israel's eliminating nuclear site of a third Islamic country. That's where the West should be saying thank you. Unconfirmed list of the targeted top Iranian officials by Israel. All those guys were anti-Israel. Those bombs were for you next, fools. Such an attack is not only by the Air Force, it is also by the Israeli Mossad. Of course, it's impossible to eliminate Iran's general headquarters in one night, attack the nuclear facilities in one night, and attack the ballistic missile projects in one night. The attack is historic in magnitude. Iranian television reports that the Revolutionary Guard headquarters was attacked as part of the waves of attacks by the Air Force. Israel assessment: Iran is expected to respond by firing 600 ballistic missiles in the first wave. This is a suburb of Tehran. Ya Habibi. Ya Habibi. Hamas, by attacking us on October 7th, single-handedly brought down Gaza, Hezbollah, Assad, and Iran's nuclear program. Oh, false flag. It was a false flag. Iranian TV, unconfirmed reports that Israel killed Revolutionary Guard. Yeah, okay, we got that. Dead. Head of aerospace. Hajizadeh. Report of the downing of 8 Iranian fighter jets and air-to-air to combat with Israeli fighter jets. You see that, guys? There's going to be a movie made about this, man. And the pager attack. Security source: Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defense Minister Israel Katz signed the IDF top readiness order last Monday in coordination with Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir and decided on the date of the opening of the operation as the target date today. The IDF and the Mossad did to Iran in 10 minutes what we did to Hezbollah in 10 days. This includes targeted assassinations. Reported now the Lebanese look good. Reportedly targeting the Iranian general staff and nuclear scientists, attacking Revolutionary Guard headquarters, nuclear facilities, ballistic missiles, surface-to-surface missiles, air defense systems, and other security. I wonder if somebody's going to take out the supreme leader or replace him. The scientist who knew how to connect the nucleus to the warhead was also thwarted. Number 2 in the Iranian nuclear field. In one shot. Iran confirms Israel killed the Revolutionary Guard commander. Iran reports Israel has killed Ghulam al-Ali Rashid, commander of the Atom. Yeah, we saw that this morning in Tehran. That says police or Balis. Multiple Iranian outlets, including Irib and IRNA, report possible deaths of IRGC. Yeah, we saw that. Ismail Khani. We thought he was dead a long time ago. He disappeared for days. The airspace between Israel and Iran. Lebanon, 1 left. 1 over all of Syria. The Middle East. Even so come, Lord Jesus. Come, Lord Jesus. Iran threatens no more red lines. It's kind of too late, guys. The third wave of attacks is underway and is crazier than the previous 2. Israel's entire air force is now in the air implementing the operation. It has been preparing for since 2015. 12. Never in its history Israel attacked that strongly that far. For anyone who mistakenly thinks the United States has not coordinated with Israel, on April 2nd, Trump gave 60 days to reach a deal with Iran. Today's the 61st day. Wow. And those guys weren't aware that today was the 61st day? How incompetent. Come on, Iran. I'm disappointed, man. You guys are smarter than that. You're smarter than that. Oh, the news source? Yeah. So this is on Telegram. It's Amir Sarfati. Here at top, brother. Amir, Amir Sarfati, and the other one is Abu Ali Express in English. There's also Jerusalem Today, or From Jerusalem, sorry, From Jerusalem. And there's Hanani Naftali. So Hanani Naftali, if I'm not mistaken, is a saved Jew. And Amir Sarfati definitely is a saved Jew. He's a preacher. It's not Gaza or Beirut, it's Tehran. So that's a good point, but two things. Israel would not generally expend the effort because you have to breach Iranian airspace to do this. If they were, it sounds like it was by Air Force, right? It sounds like it could have been something else. It could have been like an RPG or a bomb. But the way it's being talked is Air Force. You wouldn't do that unless you confirm presence. Israelis are very, very, very careful about this, especially when you're about to strike nuclear sites. And then the Iranians, news sources are talking about them as being dead. But that's a good point. Israel striking alone. Iranian Fars news agency publishes footage of Israeli Air Force fighter jets in Tehran skies flying uninterruptedly. Wow. What a dangerous mission. Imagine being that guy. Woo, I'd be praying. Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus. I'd be praying, man. My prayer life would be on the top. Iranian media. Iran will declare all-out war in the coming hours. Reza Muzaffar, the head of the SNPD, Center for Security Research and Development, was eliminated. He is at the heart of the Iranian nuclear program, the #1 man in the program. You know, it's crazy. You know, Pakistan is a nuclear country. Sunni nuclear country. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense are staying in a protected underground space. Map of the attacks so far. Kermanshah, Tabriz up north, Arak in the center, Isfahan, Natanz, and Tehran. God, Lord, I'm praying for peace between Lebanon and Israel. Lord, please, please, peace between Lebanon and Israel. Hysteria in Tehran. Well, you know Israel, you heard that. Look how dirty, man. Look how dirty the ground is. It's what a mess. Brilliant country, brilliant people, strategically placed, rich in resources, large land, rich culture and history, dedicating all their efforts to destroying Israel. Rather, they've got nuclear sites, but not enough electricity to run even government offices. Israel hatred is a mental disease. Mental disease. Mental disease, even in Christians. Everybody's running away. This guy's he's like running towards it, and then he turns around. That's funny. Then he realizes what he's doing. He's like, what am I doing? Iran, Dr. Abdullah Minusher, a faculty member and dean of the Faculty of Nuclear Engineering at Shahid Behesht University, was killed in an Air Force strike. A very significant elimination. Reports on Iran: in half an hour, Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei will declare war on Israel. Israeli official to Fox News: we are just getting started. You're welcome, Calvin. Click the link and join me, guys. I was hoping we'd be doing this together and chatting together. The entire Israeli Air Force is busy with waves of attacks, which make the Iranian response very hard to prepare. As I explained many times, the nuclear sites are deep underground, so it will require many waves of attack. Yeah. Israeli media claims Ali Samkhani, head of Iran's nuclear program and senior advisor to Supreme Leader, was targeted. We're not sure if he's dead. Iran reports that the country's airspace has been closed. Public relations director of the Civil Aviation Organization. Actually, my mother was an employee of the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is headquartered in Montreal. Said that Iranian citizens should avoid visiting airports and follow the status of flights through the media. Yeah, kind of saw this coming when the U.S. was sending a giant fleet up through the strait. Yeah. Iranian media announced the assassination of nuclear scientist Dr. Mohammad Mehdi Tahrichi, who is the president of Azad University. Kind of a dangerous job to have. The Iranians listen too closely to Tucker Carlson and Jeffrey Sachs, who do not represent Donald Trump. Today is day 61 after the president gave the Iranians 60 days. God bless Donald Trump. Gave him 60 days, man. On April 12th. Smote them on the 61st. They're not used to a president keeping his word. They're not used to a president who actually keeps red lines. They figured, after 60 days we can renegotiate. They got used to Obama and Biden, who are the successors of the Jimmy Carter kind of foreign policy. Wow. That's interesting. Hamad bin Salman, Saudi Arabia's crown prince, was supposed to attend the G7, but 21 hours ago he said he would not be attending. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Those guys definitely would. Well, no, I shouldn't say definitely. They got a heads up. They probably would say, if you're going to do it, let us know, though, before time, so they can position themselves and position their PR. For over 2.5 hours, the Israeli Air Force is striking nonstop inside Iran. The Iranian Tanzim news agency changed its logo to black. Spokesman for the General Staff on the Iranian Armed Forces, we will respond harshly to Israeli attacks. The United States and Israel will pay the price. A very senior IDF official, an unprecedented achievement, a significant blow to the top of the Iranian military and the Revolutionary Guards. So he wouldn't say this unless he thought they had killed them. In addition, nuclear scientists will carry out the execution. We have long and broad offensive plan for the days ahead. Complex days lies ahead. The Iranians will respond. If the public is disciplined, there will be few casualties. We are at war. Reports in Iran suggest that as part of the initial wave of attacks, Israel attacked the entrances and shafts of the large missile launch sites to prevent an immediate response. The hypothesis in Iran is that Israel aimed to attack more sensitive targets in the first waves, and the Air Force will attempt to hit the missile sites more significantly later. Israel estimates war with Iran will last at least 2 weeks. Israel estimates that the fighting against Iran will last at least 2 weeks. The U.S. will assist in defense and may join in the continued attacks when it's expected to expand its efforts in the region in the next 24 hours. If the regime falls, the whole thing ends. As far as attacks, according to security sources, the recent statements between the U.S. and Israel were coordinated. Of course, also to put the Iranians to sleep, and the Americans are expected to join the attacks if the initial results of the Israelis' move are successful. Iran clarifies Khamenei is alive because a security source told Reuters that Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is alive and receiving regular updates on the situation. Good. I mean, he'd know a little bit in hell too if he doesn't get saved. I'm glad he's seeing that. Ooh, that's going to be hard on his ego. The guy's got a bad right arm, guys, too. Figure of the Antichrist. The fourth wave of our forces' attacks on the Islamic Republic is in full swing. Reports at this time indicate that a fourth wave of attacks by our forces against targets in Tehran has begun. The attacks are, you have to degrade them. It's all or nothing with this. Our targeting military and nuclear infrastructure and explosions are being heard in several locations across the country. Officials in Iran have not yet commented. You gotta keep striking, long and hard, long and hard. Israel is bombing the entrance shafts of IRGC missile bases in Tabriz to prevent a fast retaliation. Godspeed. Godspeed. Ali Samkhani, Khamenei's senior advisor, is in critical condition. Before the attack on Iran, Israel carried out a deception operation for days that included media and political components and thus managed to surprise Iran. The plan had only a few secret partners who managed to keep the secret. In recent days, the Prime Minister's office has distributed various announcements and briefings aimed at influencing the internal discourse in Israel and Iran. Unlike usual, false quotes from Netanyahu and Trump's conversations were not denied by the Prime Minister's office on purpose in order to project a public debate between Israel and the United States, although there was none. The goal was to make the Israeli public and the Iranian leadership think that there would be no attack in the immediate term, out of fear that any information could destroy the surprise effect and destroy the plan. The Saudis aren't even part of the G7. One can only assume as to why he would have attending. Oh, there's still meetings on the sides. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They do like a G plus sometimes. There's some informal meetings on the side. Now it's official. Iran's chief of staff has been eliminated. #1 soldier. So far, 5 waves of attacks with hundreds of targets and the participation of dozens of aircraft. Iran's main refinery is attacked. Statement by the Supreme Leader. Okay, that's going to be interesting. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, great nation of Iran, today at dawn the Zionist regime, they never say Israel, used its dirty and bloody hands to commit a crime in our beloved country and revealed its evil nature by striking residential centers more than ever before. The regime must expect a severe punishment. Residential centers. Yeah, they were hitting McDonald's. The powerful hand of the Islamic Republic's armed forces will not abandon it, God willing. Several commanders and scientists were martyred in the enemy attacks. Their successors and colleagues will immediately resume their duties, God willing. With this crime, the Zionist regime prepared a bitter, painful fate for itself, and will definitely receive it. The guy with a diaper on his head has now moved it to his loins. The General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces said in a statement, based on orders of Supreme Leader of Islamic Revolution, Imam, may God prolong his shadow. The response will be painful and crushing. The U.S. seems to be evacuating assets. DEFCON 4. The head of Iran's Atomic Energy Department confirms that the Natanz reactor, one of the country's most critical nuclear facilities, has been destroyed. Wow. 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 Yes. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I'm going to switch speakers. Wow. He giveth song, for rejoice in the Lord. He makes no mistake. He knows with that I take, for when I am purified, I shall come forth as gold. Rejoice in the Lord. He makes no mistakes. I'm looking for some info, guys. Even so, come Lord Jesus. It's good to be saved. good to be saved. To be saved. Eternal life. The Lord comes back and rules, and we get to rule with him if we've suffered for him and been faithful. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Well, I mean, it's not going to be much. I don't. I mean, nobody knows the future, so. But from what we know on the human side, as far as we can project, it's not a big deal. The balance of power is overwhelming on the side of Israel and the states. So Russia's bogged down in Ukraine. Nobody really wants to mess with Trump because they think he's nuts, and he actually sticks to his word for a politician. So, you know. Oh, sorry about that.
Well, that would be Israel. The goal would be to activate terrorist groups all over the region, fund those terrorist groups. Iran has been developing long-range ballistic missiles at a rapid clip. They tested a ballistic missile just this week that carried a very heavy payload. Their goal was to develop a wide variety of new ballistic missiles that eventually, when they actually had a nuclear device they could attach a nuclear device to, and then possibly use it, or at least threaten to use it. It would have changed the entire geopolitics of the Middle East in a major way. And so tonight, about 2 hours ago, it is now breaking dawn over in Iran. Iran is, at this point, I believe, 8 hours ahead. The time in Tehran right now is currently 5:21 a.m.
That was an hour.
Breaking. The Israeli strikes continue. Israel began by striking a number of sites, including in Tehran.
An hour and a half ago.
They're targeting military assets, military leaders, nuclear scientists, the people responsible for the Iranian nuclear program. And Israel is saying Iran has been threatening nuclear activity for a very, very long time and threatening to exterminate Israel continuously for decades. Iran, of course, has spread its terror tentacles all over the world. They attempted to kill President Trump when he was a candidate. Iran has made very clear over the course of the past week they're not giving up their nuclear program come hell or high water. They kept slapping the United States in the face over and over with regard to the negotiations. We'll get to the United States' role in all of this because, of course, there were expectations that Steve Witkoff, the special envoy was going to try to push forward some sort of nuclear proposal on Sunday. All of that coming at the tail end of what appeared to be very quickly cooling relations between the United States and Tehran. Was that a ruse? Was that a bluff? Was that part of a broader negotiating strategy? We'll get to that in a moment. First, I just want to bring you what exactly is going on. And throughout the night, we're going to be having on guests from the ground in Israel, including high-ranking government officials. We're going to bring you all the intelligence that we have, all the information we have as we cover what is going down, because it's all happening in real time. First off, just so you know the geography, here is a map of Iran. This will be clip 7. This map of Iran shows where their key sites are. You can see their nuclear sites on this map. You can see where they're building weaponization facilities on this map. Tehran, Fordow, Natanz, those were the main targets of the Israelis on night 1. Here's some video of the Tehran skyline as the bombings were occurring. So Israel did attack, again, within Tehran, because there are in many of these Islamic Republic capitals, this is true in Lebanon as well, areas that are basically occupied by senior government officials. Israel has excellent intelligence viewership into Tehran. There are reports that Mossad agents on the ground in Iran were also participating in operations simultaneously. You can see that's kinetic activity in Tehran.
I don't know if that in Lebanon, I don't know if that's accurate about Lebanon, about the senior leadership all living in the same area.
There are also photos of buildings that were struck by Israel in Tehran. The bombing continues in Tehran, by the way. The buildings struck, some of them completely collapsed. CNN is reporting already that there is a very high chance that senior Iranian military brass have been eliminated. Here was CNN reporting just a few moments ago. This is clip 12.
Something I just heard from a senior Israeli official who says that according to Israeli assessments, there are very high chances that the entire Iranian general staff, including the head of the Iranian general staff of the Iranian military, and several senior Iranian nuclear scientists were all eliminated in the Israeli strikes tonight.
There are reports emerging from Israel that the entire top brass of the IRGC may have been eliminated, or many of their top people, including the military chief of staff, the commander of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Again, all of these groups, the IRGC particularly, works hand in glove with the terrorists, including terrorists in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, terrorists all over the region. The secretary of the Supreme National Security Council and nuclear scientists were all apparently targeted. Coming up in just a few moments, we will be joined by the former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, to discuss this. He's been pushing for Israel to strike what he called the head of the octopus for a very long time. Prime Minister Netanyahu did put out a full statement in Hebrew, and then he put out one in English explaining exactly what happened tonight. Here was the current Prime Minister of Israel.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago.
Pause it right there. Okay, the point that Netanyahu is making right there, and this is the correct point, is that the breakout time for an Iranian bomb could be a month, it could be 6 months, it could be a year. But the bottom line is that an Iranian bomb is an existential threat to the state of Israel. Iran has very often suggested Israel is what they call a one-bomb state, meaning one bomb could take out nearly the entire majority of the population of Israel. And Israel has a closing window because recall that in the prior exchanges with Iran, in which Iran fired missiles at Israel, and then Israel went back at Iran and destroyed all of their air defenses. Once that window closes, it becomes much more difficult for Israel to perform the kind of operation that it is currently performing. in the last round of fighting, Israel, with airstrikes, took out a bunch of Arrow 3 systems, took out a bunch of missile defense systems and air defense systems that Iran had in place that had been supplied by Russia. And Israel destroyed them. And so the skies over Tehran were clear. And so that window was closing. And meanwhile, Iran was racing to build more ballistic missiles, racing toward a nuclear weapon. And so Israel wouldn't have a perfect perspective into when the window would close. They just know the window was closing. Here's Netanyahu.
Victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies try to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas.
Well, that was Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just a few moments ago in Israel explaining the current geopolitical situation of Israel that led to the attacks on Iran tonight in Tehran, in Natanz, and Fordow, attacking missile factories. You can see secondary explosions in the videos. Attacking nuclear facilities, attacking nuclear scientists, attacking top members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Joining us on the line right now is Naftali Bennett. He's the former Prime Minister of Israel. Prime Minister, thanks so much for joining the show. Really appreciate it.
Hi, Ben. How are you?
I mean, we are all watching as this unfolds. So tell me, first of all, what is the feeling like in Israel from on the ground, given what's going on tonight?
Well, there were sirens across Israel, and so all Israelis are alert. It's the middle of the night, and this is long due. Iran has explicitly, time and again, said they want to destroy Israel. Has sped forward with enriched uranium. They today have enough enriched uranium for 10 bombs at an immediate time frame. We know that they tried to assassinate President Trump. We know they're the epicenter of all the terror in the Middle East. So it's long due. This is the right thing to do. And all Israelis are united behind this.
So the extent of the operation, so far as we know, targets everyone from top leaders in the IRGC to the nuclear facilities in Natanz and Fordow, possibly other targets as well. Does this appear to be an attempt by the Israelis to decapitate the regime? Is this an attempt at regime change, or is this an attempt to end the military threat from Iran as it currently stands, including the nuclear program?
This is an attempt to save millions of lives, Israeli lives, lives in the Middle East and across the world. Iran wants to destroy Israel. They're working to destroy Israel, and we believe them. They were on the cusp of achieving several nuclear bombs. This was the very last moment, and we did what we had to do. We're doing what we had to do. We're not talking about regime change as a goal. The goal is to protect us, the Middle East, and the world from a nuclear Iran.
Well, Prime Minister, you've been calling, as you say, for years for Israel to strike at what you called for many years the head of the octopus. Obviously, Iran had encircled Israel with a wide variety of terror tentacles ranging from Hamas in the Gaza Strip to Hezbollah in Lebanon and Syria to the Houthis in Yemen. This is a major attack, exactly as you had suggested. What do you think the next steps are? There's been a lot of talk about how long this attack will last. It might be multiple days. What do you expect Iran to do in return, and how good is Israel's defense capacity against a possible large-scale missile attack from Iran in response?
Well, this indeed is not a one-off. It's a continuous operation where we're taking out their ballistic missile factories, the Iranian nuclear facilities, military facilities, leadership. So it's a very broad and comprehensive attack, and it'll likely go on for a bit. In terms of defense, Israel has a formidable defense system, but it's not perfect. And therefore, the Israeli citizens have to be in shelters when they're told to, and that'll save lives. And I think we'll together
join me, guys.
Persevere and cross this together.
So, Prime Minister, there's been a lot of talk about the United States, its role in all of this. The Secretary of State, as we'll talk about a little later,
you and me, Calvin,
came out and released a statement saying, tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran. Our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. There's been an attempt by many to drive a wedge between the Trump administration and the state of Israel. This statement does not appear to me to be a wedge. It more appears to say that Israel has her own interests. America has her own interests. Those interests don't always coincide. Both countries had an interest in Iran not having nuclear capacity. And if Israel chose to take a unilateral action without the direct help of the United States in bombing runs, for example, that does not mean that the United States wouldn't be involved in, for example, shooting down missiles that are coming the other way from Iran. And also that if Iran were to attack anybody involved with the American military, there would be hell to pay.
That's correct. Israel is a sovereign state. We need to defend ourselves. In the past, we did it twice, and we prevented very radical regimes from acquiring nuclear weapons. I'm talking about Saddam Hussein in 1981 and Assad in 2007. At the time, in the first case, we were condemned, also in the second case, but at the end, the whole world thanked us for preventing them from acquiring nuclear weapons. Imagine a world with Iraq and Syria with nuclear weapons. So we had to act, and this time we're acting again. We don't want to go down the North Korean scenario where words did not stop North Korea from acquiring nuclear weapons. We have to act. We're doing this. Israel is looking after its own national security interest, and that's perfectly fine that America has its own set of interests. We're doing the job. We didn't ask America to do the job for us.
So, Prime Minister Bennett, you know, when you look at the situation in Israel, obviously it's very politically complicated. You, of course, are likely at this point to run in the next Israeli election whenever that is going to happen. There have been tremendous political divisions. I think what people abroad, not in Israel, need to understand is that this is maybe the one area of Israeli life where there's near universality that this needed to happen. I can't name an Israeli politician on the spectrum who doesn't believe that this was something that needed to happen, given the existential threat that Iran has openly posed to the state of Israel via the development of a nuclear program.
That's correct. There's no right and left on this issue. All Israelis are united that we have to defend ourselves, prevent Iran from being able to destroy Israel.
So, Prime Minister Bennett, you know, when you look at the situation on the ground for Israelis, there's been a huge military call-up, presumably in anticipation of an Iranian response. That response could take the form of anything from on-the-ground attacks launched across the border from Lebanon, or missile attacks from the Houthis, or terrorist groups in the so-called West Bank, Judea, and Samaria being activated against Israelis. Meanwhile, Israelis are basically in a form of lockdown, from what I understand. Obviously, the sirens went off as the Israeli jets were entering Iranian airspace to warn everybody to get in what's called in Hebrew the Mamad, which is a safe room. And so millions of Israelis right now are in their safe rooms awaiting the Iranian response. How do you expect this to play out for Israelis domestically over the course of the next few days?
Look, we've been through so much through Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran twice attacked Israel. We tend to forget that. They attacked us twice with hundreds of missiles. We're going to pass this. We're going to do it together. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, by God's help.
Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, former Prime Minister of Israel, really appreciate your time. Stay safe and really appreciate it.
Thank you. You take care.
Okay, well, meanwhile, we have information from the IDF explaining why exactly this happened. Amit Segal, who will be joining us in just a little while on the program, is an Israeli political analyst, columnist, author. I've recommended before that people check out his Telegram channel because if you want sort of the very latest on what's going on in Israel.
Did you watch Trump's war recruitment video he put out yesterday? No, I didn't. Let's go watch it now. It's for what? Trump recruitment for war recruitment? Can't find it. You can't share a link on the chat. There's one from March 15th. I don't know if that, but that's not yesterday.
Israel, that is an excellent source of information. He reported on the Telegram channel via IDF sources why Israel did this now. Quote, under the guidance of the political echelon, we embarked on a focused and precise operation to remove threats from the entire state of Israel to damage the nuclear program and the long-range missile firing capabilities of the Iranian regime. Why now? We've been following developments for years, and recently we recognize that Iran is racing toward a nuclear bomb. The project is at a stage where if we do not act now, we will know less every day. Okay, that's an important line. Again,
No, can't play it.
The idea here is not that Israel knew that Iran was going to go nuclear next week. The idea was that their intelligence can only keep up with what's going on so long as what's going on moves relatively slowly. If Iran races to a bomb, by the time Israel finds out about it, it may be too late and Iran now has a nuclear weapon. According to those IDF sources, in addition, Iran has thousands of ballistic missiles, which in themselves are an existential threat. We are also identifying attempts to arm proxies in the Middle East against the state of Israel. In recent years, they've begun to formulate a concrete plan to destroy the state of Israel. We are now in a strategic window of opportunity, a point of no return, and we have no choice but to act. We launched the operation at a point where the threat is real, and in the face of this, our operational readiness is good. We are conducting an ongoing situation assessment. The operation will be as necessary. We will now launch a campaign asking the public not to send locations of vulnerabilities or to document them. We will work to provide at least 10 minutes warning before missile firing or any other type of event. Meanwhile, again, the IDF is suggesting that the Iranians had plans for a more widespread attack on Israel, including widespread and precise fire from the entire Iranian axis, a ground invasion using pickup trucks from all borders, also undermining regimes that are allied with the United States, including Jordan and Egypt. The IDF spokesperson made an announcement explaining what exactly is going on as well. Quote, the IDF spokesperson announces that a short time ago, the IDF, under the guidance of the political echelon, launched a precise and integrated preemptive strike based on high-quality intelligence with the aim of striking the Iranian nuclear program and in response to the Iranian regime's ongoing aggression against Israel. Dozens of Air Force aircraft recently completed the opening strike, which included attacking dozens of military targets, including nuclear targets in various areas of Iran. The public has been instructed to obey what are called home front command instructions, telling people to stay home, not go to school. Essentially, if you're not an essential employee, you're supposed to stay indoors in a safe room at this point. As the IDF points out, the Iranian regime is the primary perpetrator of all terrorist attacks committed against the state of Israel since the beginning of the Iron Swords War. That would be the beginning of the Gaza War. And in doing so, also for arming and financing the Hamas terror organization responsible for the events of October 7th. During the Iron Swords War, Iran even attacked Israel twice directly, firing hundreds of missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles into the country. The Iranian regime, of course, has made it a stated goal that they wish to destroy the state of Israel. Senior Iranian regime officials continue to declare this. By the way, that's true. Daily, we played clips of them on the show. The IDF has announced this is going to be a multi-day operation. This is not going to be a one-off, as you just heard the former prime minister suggest. This is going to be relatively lengthy because, of course, Israel does not have B-2s or B-52s. The targets that have been identified thus far include Tabriz, Kermanshah, Arak, Isfahan, Natanz, and Tehran. Those are all places where we have reports of ordnance hitting ground. Israel has already closed its airspace to civilian traffic. All flights arriving at or departing from Ben Gurion near Tel Aviv have now been canceled. Apparently, according to the New York Times, Israel has attacked at least 6 military bases around Tehran, including Parchin, and residential homes at 2 highly secure complexes, 4 military commandments, and multiple residential buildings around Tehran, what appears to be targeted assassinations. So, again, a highly sophisticated attack by Israel, a highly sophisticated attack targeting its direct enemies, direct threats. There are reports coming out that the President of the United States was watching this in the Situation Room as it...
Speaking of the President of the United States, let's see.
No more distractions. No more distractions. No more electric tanks. No more gender confusion. No more climate change worship. We are laser focused on our mission of warfighting.
We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. It's called peace through strength.
You look into the eyes of these young Americans who are giving up the best years of their life in a uniform to serve their nation. They are incredible.
Through our power and might, we will lead the world to peace. Our friends will respect us, our enemies will fear us, and the whole world will admire the unrivaled greatness of the United States military. We will replenish the pride of our armed forces, end the recruitment crisis.
We don't fight because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us.
God bless you. God bless our armed forces. God bless our men and women serving overseas. And God bless the United States of America.
No more
Pretty
distractions.
good video there, McGrim. Thanks for recommending that.
As it unfolded, reporter Aviva Klompus says a senior U.S. intelligence official says the U.S. provided real-time reconnaissance support to Israel before, during, and after the ongoing strikes, using secure channels to coordinate every step. And again, what that means is that the United States was not directly involved in the attacks. The United States has plausible deniability. The United States was involved in negotiations. But the idea that Israel went without any sort of prior American knowledge, that seems unlikely at best, based on the information that is currently emerging, and also based on the way that this week went. Again, this week, there was obviously a shift in the assessment of the Trump administration of the possibility of coming to some sort of actual serious nuclear agreement that would disarm the Iranian nuclear program. And so it appeared clearer and clearer this week that the Trump administration was taking a far more skeptical position than they had just a few weeks ago. Here was President Trump just last night. He was at the Kennedy Center, and here he was explaining that Iran cannot have a nuke. And he said things are going to happen. Well, things did happen. And again, the United States did not have to be directly involved. Now, it is in the United States' interest to shoot down ordnance that's going the other way. Again, I read Secretary Rubio's statement in a moment. I'll get back to it in a moment. Here's President Trump 48 hours ago.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are being. We've given notice to move out, and we'll see what happens.
Is there anything that can be done to dial the temperature down in the region?
They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to allow that.
Now, again, something changed this week in the way that the United States was assessing the situation.
Somebody told me that Melania, Mrs. Trump, is not like living at the White House, that she's living in Florida. That doesn't necessarily mean there's something wrong between her and Trump, but anybody has heard about that?
Situation that is not a shock. Iran began becoming extremely aggressive in its statements about the United States, about its desire for a nuclear weapon, about its desire to take out American troops. Those threats were overt. They were not covert. That's why it always seemed like a bit of a pipe dream that Steve Witkoff was going to negotiate something on Sunday in Oman. Again, the statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio provides the United States with the plausibly deniable position
Join me, guys. It's
that
an
was not
open mic.
involved, which wasn't. And the United States was not directly involved in this action. Again, there are reports that intelligence sharing may have occurred here. That would not be a surprise. The United States shares intelligence with a wide variety of our allies, ranging from Great Britain to Saudi Arabia to Israel. Secretary of State Rubio, however, said, tonight Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran. Our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. That last part is the important part. If Iran were to come back at the United States, their oil fields would be gone tomorrow and the Ayatollahs would be dead. That is a point made openly by Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas. Quote, Iran is the world's worst state sponsor of terrorism, has the blood of thousands of Americans on its hands, and is rushing to build not only nuclear weapons, but also missiles that can strike the United States. We back Israel to the hilts all the way. If the Ayatollahs harm a single American, that will be the end of the Ayatollahs. By the way, that is certainly true of President Trump. President Trump is not going to sit still. If Americans die in response to this, because Iran decides for some odd reason that they wish to provoke the sleeping tiger that is the Trump administration and the American military, good luck to them. That'd be the worst move they ever made. Seriously. That is why all of the talk about the loose talk from all the same people who are constantly suggesting nuclear war is on the brink. From whom and between whom would be the question. Iran is not nuclear. That's the whole point of destroying their nuclear capacity right now. Israel is doing the world an enormous favor. An Iranian nuclear capacity would threaten not only Israel, but Europe, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain. And for people in the United States who believe that geopolitics doesn't matter, hey, we're oil independent. Let's be clear. The international oil markets are international oil markets. What does that mean? It means that if the price of oil spikes in Europe and spikes in Asia and spikes all around the world because of what's going on in the Middle East, or because Iran destabilizes the entire region, well, American oil producers are going to start exporting that oil to different parts, which means it's more expensive in the United States too, because that's how markets work, and that's how shipping works, and that's how oil supply works. Well, joining us on the line in Israel right now, Josh Hammer. Josh, of course, is the author of a wide variety of fantastic columns and books. He also is the author of a brand new book titled Israel and Civilization. Josh was woken up in the middle of the night by the latest. Josh, how are things on the ground? This is not exactly how you thought that your trip to Israel was going to go this week.
No, to put it mildly. No, Ben, we woke up at 3 a.m. here to national sirens, essentially. This is our first time, my wife and I, traveling with our new baby. So this is not exactly how we thought things would play out. It's actually the second time just this week that we had something happen, Ben. We were getting dinner the other night in Jaffa, the Tel Aviv area, beautiful dinner right on the ocean there. And there was a Houthi ballistic missile. The sirens were loud. We ran. Took the stroller down a flight of stairs in the middle of dinner into the
Middle East, man. That's how we live there.
It's the second time in 1 week that our trip has been interrupted. We're supposed to drive to Jerusalem in a few hours to spend Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath. You mentioned my book. We're supposed to have an event for my book in Jerusalem this Sunday night. I think suffice to say, everything right now is certainly in flux right now.
Well, speaking of your experiences a little bit earlier, I think that folks need to understand that the level of attack to which Israel has been subjected since October 7th, it is relentless and unceasing. I mean, the Houthis have been attacking nearly every day. And when I was in Israel just a few weeks ago, my family was woken up at 6:25 a.m. by what we called the Houthi alarm clock. because the sirens went off in Jerusalem. And what that means is you got to take all your kids and you got to shove all your kids into a fairly small room and then essentially take these iron window shades and close them in case shrapnel were to hit the house. Now, given the fact that you're on the ground right now, what is the attitude of people there toward all of this? We just spoke with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, about what's going on. He says that this may be the one area of Israeli life where actually there is no argument, where there's pretty much unanimity.
Yeah, Ben, I've been to Israel many times over the years, as I know you have as well. And I think back in particular to this one trip that I took in 2016. So it was actually my final year of law school at the University of Chicago. And I was one of the student leaders in a law school delegation. And we met with this very far left member of the Israeli Knesset, their legislature here. I can't remember the guy's name. I can't remember his party. But the point is, it was 2016 in the context of that presidential election. I kid you not, this Knesset member was so far left, Ben, that his preferred presidential candidate that cycle was Bernie Sanders himself. Having said that, and the reason I bring it up right now in this very moment is because the Iran issue came up in that conversation, and he basically sounded as hawkish as it gets on Iran. So essentially, no matter how far left you are, unless you're one of the Arab parties here, if you are a Jewish Israeli, no matter where you fall on the Israeli domestic political spectrum, from the quote unquote far right to the far left, you're pretty much of one mind on the Iranian issue. I mean, this is not the one state, two state solution. This is not Judea and Samaria, the so-called West Bank. This is not the Haredi, the so-called ultra-Orthodox draft issue. This is not one of the more divisive issues here in Israel. Iran is by far, by orders of magnitude, the number one threat here, and Israel is going to do what it has to do. But to your commentary earlier here, I think the thing to remember for the folks back home, this is the entire purpose, Ben. And you obviously know this, but this is the entire purpose of the U.S.-Israel alliance, is that America and the rest of Western civilization benefits from Israel doing their dirty work for them there. Yes, it beggars belief that America did not have advance warning. Maybe there was even a little more operational or tactical support than we know at this time. It's possible there's something like mid-air refueling over Iraqi or Kuwaiti airspace. We don't know. We'll probably find out in due time. But the point is, no matter what it was, the United States will be a safer nation on the other side of this on the relative cheap, because Israel is not just doing what any sovereign nation state would do to protect its citizens and its way of life, but it really is doing a tremendous favor to the United States and all of the Western world, I would argue.
Yep.
And of course, Israel has done this before with the Iraq reactor in Iraq.
I can tell you a lot of Lebanese, including the Lebanese Sunni Muslims and some Shiites, are rejoicing in Lebanon right now. I guarantee you that. Go check.
Iraq in 1981, they were condemned by large swaths of the world, including the United States, actually, under the Reagan administration. At the time, Israel also in the mid-2000s took out what appeared to be a nascent Syrian nuclear reactor. Imagine if that had fallen into the hands of HTS, for example, or ISIS in Syria, if Israel had not done that. So there's always sort of condemnation from certain wings in preemptively destroying nuclear facilities that are to be run by some of the world's scariest and worst people. But it turns out the world seems to take some comfort in the fact that Israel is always there to do the dirty work. That includes, by the way, nations like Saudi Arabia. I guarantee you that the Saudis tonight are sleeping more secure in their beds because Israel is doing what Israel is doing. Saudi has always allowed Israel to do its work against the Iranians. It's also true of UAE. It's true of Bahrain. It's true of Egypt. It's true of Jordan. There are all these regimes that are overtly unfriendly to Israel that are constantly living off of the largesse of the fact that Israel is the tip of the spear in attacking many of their enemies. I mean, the Egyptian regime is just as much in danger from Iran, and the Jordanian regime is more in danger from Iran than the Israeli government, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia literally, they didn't actively shoot down or intercept the Iranian ballistic missiles, but they allowed their airspace to be used for American and Israeli air defense missile interception during the October 2024 barrage, the 180 missiles or whatever it was, the largest, prior to now at least, the largest missile barrage in global history, actually. So the Saudis actually have shown that when push comes to shove, they are willing to side or err on the side of lowering the threats of the Iranian regime. And this is not a particularly well-kept secret. I mean, essentially every Arab country in the world, other than Qatar and maybe some of the Northern African countries, Algeria, Tunisia come to mind. Those are essentially both Muslim Brotherhood adjacent rogue states at this point there. But with very few exceptions, most of the Arab world, I guarantee you, is very, very, very happy at this point. They can't say it because the Arab world, it's a very cultural thing. They're quite cowardly people in many ways. Not always. I'm painting with broad brushes here or there, but they're not going to go out and put out a shiny press release praising the men and women of the IDF, to put it mildly there. But I guarantee you that back home, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, MBZ over in Abu Dhabi, all the various high-ranking emirs and sheikhs there in the Gulf states. Again, other than perhaps Doha, they are definitely very happy with what the IDF is currently doing on the ground in Iran.
We're speaking with Josh Hammer. He's the author of Israel and Civilization, host of the Josh Hammer Show, syndicated columnist at Newsweek, and of course, he is live from Israel right now. It is quite early in the morning, but I'm sure not many people in Israel are getting a lot of sleep tonight as they await the response from the Iranians. Presumably, they're expecting some sort of large-scale missile barrage from the Iranians sometime in the near future. So, Josh, obviously, there have been a lot of people who are in the online world, which I say the very online world, who have fun suggesting that all of this is going to lead to World War III, neglecting, of course, the fact that if Iran actually had a nuclear weapon, a World War III would likely be nuclear. And number two, when they suggest that there is going to be either a ground invasion of Iran or a broader regional or global war over this, I don't understand, frankly, how they get from point A to point B on that one. Who would be doing the invading precisely? Who has even called for a ground invasion of Iran? If the idea is the Israelis are going to do that, that would be a little bit weird, considering that the population of Israel right now is approximately 10 million people, and about only 7.5 million of those people are Jewish, and the population of Iran is 91 million people. So that'd be a very strange ground invasion, especially given the fact that the distance from Israel to Iran is somewhere around 2,300 kilometers, something like that. So I'm not sure how they get from point A to point B, but I don't think they need to. It seems to be just a gigantic scare tactic, again, that can really only be justified by a peculiarly isolationist view of American policy that suggests that American interests are in and of themselves bad, or that suggests that any sort of peace through strength activity is more likely to lead to war.
Yeah, look, I think history here is instructive. So you mentioned Osirak, 1981. That's when Israel took out the Iraqi nuclear reactor. There was Syria, 2007, where something very similar happened. Bush.
Sorry, muted. So I must have missed that because I was looking at something. But yeah, so I'm not sure what Ben was talking about. But Russia did. So in the days of the Soviet Union, the Russians did help Saddam Hussein start to develop a nuclear program. The reactor in Osirak had North Korean scientists when it was struck. But the Russians are always careful not to hand them over too much, right? Give them just enough that they could feel like they're starting something, but that's never across a certain threshold so as to reach a nuclear weapon, because Russia's not that stupid. Plus, they learned in Afghanistan how the Afghanis took the weapons and turned them against them.
Bush administration was not happy about that. But both times Israel ended up going with not exactly the full endorsement, shall we say, of the president. And those were actually Republican presidents both times. It was Ronald Reagan in 1981 at Osirak, and it was George W. Bush in 2007 with the Syrian operation there. And both times Israel was essentially belatedly thanked for, in retrospect, having done the right thing there. So, look, the politics of these things are always very sticky in the moment. Americans are a war-weary people in many ways there, but this is clearly, and this is obviously not going to be a major global conflict or anything remotely like that. The notion that China or a secondary power like Russia would swoop to the defense of Iran, which is a ramshackle country that has essentially nothing whatsoever going for it, other than a lot of decent people, a lot of actually secular, westernized Persian people. They have decent human capital, but other than that, as far as the capital is concerned, they have petroleum, and that's essentially it there. The notion that China or Russia would lift a finger to defend Iran and try to escalate against Israel and its many allies, including foremost the United States, it's ludicrous. It is an absolutely ludicrous, laughable suggestion there. Again, it's fear-mongering tactics there, but I think it just misses the game as far as the global alliance structure and as far as realpolitik is concerned there, because they're significantly overweighting the significance of the Iranian regime as far as the bad guys are concerned there. I don't think China particularly cares about Iran, to be honest with you. You know, China was playing nice with bin Salman and the Saudis during the Biden administration too. Now Trump has kind of swooped the Saudis back in there, but no one particularly cares about Iran. Iran is in many ways a deeply rogue state there, and Israel, when push comes to shove, they do have drastically superior military power in virtually everywhere.
Not only that, I mean, the reality is that if things were to escalate, the first thing that goes to the Iranian oil fields, which takes away legitimately their only economic asset whatsoever. Right. And as you say, the people of Iran have not liked the regime for a very long time. In many ways, the people of Iran are sort of the opposite of the people of Gaza. The people of Gaza are very fond of the terror groups that ran them by polling data, and the people of Iran hate the people who run them. And if they actually had their druthers, that would be a moderate, secularized regime. That's Josh Hammer. He's author of Israel and Civilization, host of the Josh Hammer Show, and he is live with us from Israel tonight. Well, it looks like morning is breaking over there, so we'll see if you are able to escape the Mamad for any part of the day and maybe enjoy a little bit of sunshine in the interim between missile attacks. Josh, really appreciate the time.
God bless, Ben. Thank you.
Stay safe. Meanwhile, the Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has now issued a statement to members of the General Staff Forum. It says this is a defining moment in the history of the state of Israel and the history of the Jewish people. The IDF is launching an operation against the head of the Iranian octopus to thwart its capabilities and remove the threat of destruction from the state of Israel. Iran is more determined than ever to realize its vision of destroying Israel, and we are at a key point where, if we miss it, we'll have no way to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that will threaten our existence. Over the years, especially over the past few months, the IDF has built exceptional capabilities in the fields of intelligence and operations, in defense and offense, that enable us to cope well with the great challenges facing us. And again, one of the things that I find quite bizarre about all of this is this line that's being taken that we were on the verge, the United States, of an agreement with the Iranians. No, we were certainly not. No, we were certainly not. Okay, the fact of the matter is that every statement that came out from the Trump administration over the course of the last 2 weeks was directly opposed by the statements from the Iranian regime. The Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, he says Israel has dialogue with the U.S., but the attack against Iran was an independent Israeli decision for what it is worth. So that's kind of best available situation for the United States, frankly, is that Israel ends up doing the dirty work. The United States' obligations are effectively minimal, limited presumably to knocking down missiles going the other way at Israeli population centers, and the nuclear facilities go bye-bye. That seems like a pretty good outcome. And again, it is Steve Witkoff who earlier this week was saying that Iran could never get a nuclear capability. Here was Witkoff a little bit, this is like a couple of days ago.
Must never be permitted to enrich uranium or develop any nuclear capabilities. An existential threat to Israel, as does an Iran with a large amount of missiles. That is as big an existential threat as the nuclear threat. And this is an existential threat to the United States and the free world and the entire GCC.
Yoram Hazony, who is a philosopher and also a charter member of sort of the national conservatism community, one of the founders of the National Conservatism Conference, he writes from Israel tonight, Israel attacks Iran because we believe Iran is assembling nuclear weapons to be used against us. This is not an assessment of one Israeli political figure or party. It represents a consensus here in Jerusalem. Anyone saying this attack is an affront to the United States is serving Iranian regime propaganda, whether out of gullibility or malice. Israelis love the United States and especially revere President Trump and his administration. By the way, by polling data, that is 100% true. And again, as a frequent visitor to Israel, I can tell you, the feeling when President Trump was elected was overwhelming love and joy. Overwhelming, like nonstop. Like they cannot wait to welcome President Trump to Israel. They'll name half the country after him. No one has been better to us than President Trump, says Yoram Hazony. Israelis are grateful for all he has done. But President Trump understands what some clearly do not. It is Israel's responsibility to protect its people against a fanatical regime that has sought to destroy us using every means at its disposal. If we choose to attack a potential arsenal of between 10 to 15 nuclear weapons before they can be made ready for use, we are only doing what any other nation would do in our shoes, protecting our country and our people against a clear and present danger that cannot be dealt with in any other way. We are all of us brothers in a war against forces that openly and shamelessly seek our annihilation. Whatever happens in this Israeli-Iranian war, we'll still be brothers and we'll still have much work to do together when it has ended. That, of course, is true. Also, I think that you can look forward to seeing in the protests against President Trump this weekend,
Oh, I told you the Lebanese would be rejoicing. There's one right there.
Many, many flags of the Iranian regime. Because if there's an evil regime on planet Earth, the protesters who are protesting the military and President Trump and America, they will certainly be flying that flag. Meanwhile, confirmation that Israel has taken out General Hossein Salami, the former commander-in-chief of the IRGC, as well as a General Cholam, I don't want to get his name incorrect here, Cholamali Rashid. Cholamali Rashid is a high-ranking Iranian military officer, as well as 2 of the top nuclear scientists in Iran. Additional explosions have also just been reported at the nuclear facility in Natanz. So for those who are deeply concerned about the prospect of nuclear war, you should be very, very happy that Iran appears not to be on the verge of achieving it quite so quickly anymore. In just a moment, we are going to be joined by Amit Segal, who is a reporter from Israel. Also, again, the fact is that what Israel just did is very much in keeping with what President Trump wanted to happen, meaning no Iranian nuclear weapon. And whether that is achieved by American diplomatic legerdemain, which was not going to happen, I've said this from the beginning, it was not going to happen. Iran was never going to voluntarily give up its pathway to a nuclear bomb. It was not going to happen. Iran could have done it at any time. Just remember, in the same way that the war in Gaza could be over today if Hamas went into exile and gave up the hostages, Iran could have re-entered the world economy at any time for the past several decades simply by giving up its nuclear regime. And it decided not to do that. President Trump has said over and over and over again, Iran can't have nuclear weapons, over and over and over.
By the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but the chief, I don't like calling him Ayatollah because it means word of God or sign of God technically. But the supreme leader had issued a fatwa years ago. I'm not sure if it was a supreme leader, but a binding authority, Shiite authority, issued a fatwa saying that it is haram, it is un-Islamic to use nuclear energy for a nuclear bomb. So they themselves had bound themselves theologically on that aspect. And yet they wanted to build one so they can bomb Israel. So it could have been very easy for them when they themselves had theologically ruled that nuclear energy should not be used for a bomb to disengage from their pursuit, re-engage in world economy. And you know that it's a lack of wisdom too, because you could have the strategy of, well, all right, I'll disengage, I'll re-engage world economy, and then I'll gain the world's confidence, and then eventually I can start developing nuclear weapons when I've lulled the world to sleep. But they don't want a long-term plan like this because they want to see the victory over Israel in their lifetime. So human pride comes into play. Everybody is a victim to pride at the end of the day, every single time. That tonight, they fell victim to pride.
And over again, that a JCPOA 2.0 would not cut it. And Israel simply reified what the on-the-ground situation was. So again, for those who are just tuning in, Israel has been spending the evening striking Iran's nuclear facilities, as well as the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, who was killed in the attack. The videos emerging from Tehran. Videos emerging also from Natanz. There's smoke coming from the Natanz Iran nuclear facility. President Trump, according to the Wall Street Journal, is scheduled to participate in a National Security Council meeting Friday at 11 a.m. at the White House, according to his official schedule. The White House offered no other information about the meeting. And we'll see just how deeply Israel was able to damage the nuclear facilities, but this is only step one. Israel has already announced that they're going to continue these attacks. This is not a one-off. This is the largest attack on Iran since the Iran-Iraq War of 1990. And again, let's put it this way. I would be very, very surprised if there was no intelligence cooperation between Israel and the United States on this. This obviously did not come as a full-scale surprise to the United States. So we'll continue bringing you updates all evening long. And the fact that President Trump spent months, trying to get the Iranians to take a deal, and they would not, for hell or high water, take the deal, is why this is happening. That is why this is happening right now. Joining us on the line is maybe the most connected reporter and political analyst in Israel, Amit Segal. Or so you can watch him on Channel 12 when you're in Israel, and I highly recommend his Telegram channel, which is excellent. Amit, thanks so much for joining the program.
Thanks, Ben. Good morning from Jerusalem.
Yeah, so first of all, yeah, I see that you're broadcasting from a book-lined room. I assume that that is, if not a mamad, close to a mamad, given the situation in Israel. I expect that the expectations are in Israel that there will be a barrage of incoming Iranian ordnance sometime this morning, I would assume.
Yes, actually, I think it should have happened already, but the Iranians are shocked. Israel just killed, give or take, 24 of its leadership, including the many senior officials and the nuclear scientists. But yes, we do expect a harsh Iranian response. Last time, on October 1st, 2024, it was more than 200 ballistic missiles. So I would say it can be even more than this, which means we are going to tough days.
So, Amit, obviously, there had been a long-standing debate in Israel over when to do this. There is virtual unanimity in Israel that this needed to be done. What do you think were the factors that led to Prime Minister Netanyahu finally pulling the trigger? Because obviously there were a lot of people advocating that he do this months and months and months ago, specifically after Israel cleared the skies above Iran.
Well, Israel's Netanyahu's raison d'etre was attacking Iran, preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. What happened here began on October 7th. The moment the two Iranian-supported commando divisions invaded Israel from Gaza led to a full-scale war in the Middle East. And there is an understanding in Israel that Iran, the head of the snake, the head of the octopus, must be cut. Now, here's the thing. Prior to October 7th, and this is something that no one could have seen back then, there was a fear in Israel to attack Iran because the fear was that Hamas and Hezbollah would reiterate, thus leading to a regional war. Now, attacking Iran is the end of the regional war. Hamas is, give or take, eliminated. Hezbollah is paralyzed. The Houthis are not a real risk. So it's Iran alone. And if you bear in mind that Israel already destroyed Iran's anti-aircraft systems like S-300, you see that I don't know what, I'm in terms of soccer. There is no goalkeeper in the Iranian team.
Sucker.
And I think this what led to the Israel decision, by the way, coordinated with President Trump to attack Iran.
So you say they're coordinated with President Trump. Obviously, the Trump administration has said that they were not involved in.
I don't know if they'll respond. I mean, they could launch if the regime doesn't falter, because now you've got to reorganize your structure. If the entire top tier of your command is gone, that introduces personal problems too on the personal level, relationships. How easy is it for them to shoot ballistic missiles? I don't know. I'm not an expert. They can't activate Hezbollah. They can't activate Hamas and the Houthis, as I said at the beginning. So shooting missiles at American bases. They did that last time, and there wasn't real big-time reply. I expect a few missiles. That's really what it comes down to. But definitely not a regional war. Yeah, they do. Amir is live. Cool.
In the strikes, there's supposed to theoretically be a negotiation between Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, and Iranian envoys on Sunday. Ron Dermer, who of course is special advisor to the prime minister in Israel, was going to brief Witkoff and discuss with Witkoff before that meeting actually happened. What do you make of all the talk about what was supposed to happen in Oman on Sunday? Was that a misdirect? Was that the Israelis basically deciding, listen, these talks are going nowhere and the Americans may as well keep their hands clean? What do you think was happening here?
I think it's fully coordinated, and I'll explain. President Trump on April 12th had given Iran 60 days for negotiations. Today, June 13, Israeli time, marks the 61st day, which means that Trump actually did what he had promised. So this is one thing. The second is that it's quite smart, in my opinion, from Secretary Rubio and the U.S. administration to say that this is an Israeli strike, which is of course correct, because they don't want Americans to be hit by Iranians across the Middle East. But I do think, and I know that it is fully coordinated, including the misleading. I would call all the last weeks as a campaign of what was defined in Sherlock Holmes books, hide in plain sight. You cannot actually disguise such preparations for attacks. Israel is a small country, and when dozens of aircrafts are taking off from military bases across Israel, every Israeli hears it. So the idea was to actually externalize it, to actually give it publicity, thus giving Iranians the thought that if it's such a secret, it doesn't make any sense that they are going to attack us. I mean, they cannot attack us after they announced. Well, they could. You see that the leadership of the Iranian regime, the Iranian military senior figures, didn't understand, didn't see it coming. They were sleeping in their beds while killed by Mossad agents, by Israeli missiles, and by other secret weapons.
So, Amit, looking at the course of the next few days, we've heard from the IDF this is going to be a multi-day operation. This is not a one-off. This is not one bombing run. And we also know that, as you say, Iran is likely to fire back a large barrage of missiles. There's also been some talk about Iran activating terror cells in the so-called West Bank, Judea and Samaria, the possibility of attacks across the border from Lebanon. What are you expecting in Israel?
Well, here is the Iranian tragedy. They have done all of this for the last decades, which means that they now don't have any weapons that they have not used so far. They tried to actually initiate terrorist attacks in Israel prior to October 7th. They actually helped and funded October 7th. They funded Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas. So now they are alone. Yes, they can fire hundreds of ballistic missiles, but Israel has interceptors. I guess there is going to be damage, but it's not.
I think they have active laser interceptors now for the first time. A lot easier to use, a lot cheaper. This kind of chat is still new to me. I'm too old to keep up with what's live and what isn't. Sorry if I give any wrong. Oh, no worries. No worries, brother. Hey, Rick, I wonder if we will see any war in America or Canadian territories before the rapture. The months or years. Yeah, months or years. Yeah, I'll cover a lot. I wonder too.
Something permanent or devastating. And I guess, and I even more than guess, that the U.S. would help Israel to actually defend itself, as it did under the Biden administration in April 2024.
So, again, looking at where you think this is going, so it's unclear at this point. There was a lot of talk before this attack that Israel, did they have the capacity to actually take out the nuclear facilities? What kind of damage could they do? And so, obviously, Israel has extraordinary intelligence penetration of Iran. I mean, their ability to take out top leaders in Iran is astonishing. I mean, we're now learning that perhaps 24 senior figures at the top, including possibly Ali Shamkhani, who's the head of the Iranian nuclear program and a senior advisor to the Supreme Leader Khamenei, may have been taken out tonight. Now, that Israel has always been very good at. The question was always a question of ordnance when it came to Natanz, Fordow, some of the nuclear facilities that were supposedly very heavily protected, heavily cemented. What do you make of that?
Okay, so two things. First, what we see here is only the first phase in a quite a long attack. This was only the first round, eliminating the leadership, then eliminating the rest of the anti-aircraft systems, and then comes the Iranian nuclear program. We already see smoke coming from Natanz and Qom and other nuclear facilities. As far as I know, Israel can take the nuclear program 18 to 24 months back. And here's the American question. Would President Trump say, we have not taken part in this Israeli attack, but now, if you try to recover your nuclear abilities, you have business with us. We would attack. This is the question. So there is an Israeli attack, and the question to follow is that will there be an American
You can
state?
tell this guy's smart, huh?
So the Israelis have said so
See
far
his
that
brain
there is
running.
no regime change in progress, that they're not looking for regime change at this point. They, however, did take out the entire top echelon, it appears, of the IRGC. And obviously, they have taken out the nuclear facilities, or at least severely hampered them, or will this week. Now, given that fact, does Israel have an assessment of the stability of the Iranian regime? Are they in trouble, or are they still stable despite all their economic limitations and now severe military limitations?
That's the billion-dollar question.
There are military limitations. Iran is a sick country with extremely unpopular, corrupt regime. And the sentiment in Israel over the last few months was that following the billions of dollars wasted from the Iranian taxpayer money on projects like Hezbollah and Hamas, it would require only a small, another small step to actually topple the Iranian regime. Now, we don't know how to topple regimes. It never happens as you expected. Americans are fully aware of it. Israelis are aware of it. So I can't predict what is going to happen to the Iranian regime. I just know that when millions of Iranians woke up in Tehran in the middle of the night, in the dead of the night, to hear explosions, to hear the death of senior figures, it's actually not going to strengthen the Iranian regime.
Well, that is Amit Segal, again, one of the best reporters in Israel. You should check out his Telegram channel at Amit Segal. Amit, really appreciate the time and stay safe.
Thank you so much.
In a few minutes, Senator Ted Cruz is scheduled to.
But Amit Segal is famous.
We are covering, obviously, soup to nuts, what's going on in Iran tonight. Iranian sources are now reporting that the commander of the Khatem al-Anbiya compound in Tehran, Major General Ali Rashid, was also killed.
I've read a lot of the books in my library.
Dr. Firdausan Abbasi, who previously headed the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, is dead as well. So a huge number of top officials in Iran have now been killed by the Israelis. That is an astonishing achievement. And one of the top commanders, the chief commander of the IRGC, this Major General Hossein Salami, literally 2 days ago said, quote, "Our next confrontation with the Israelis will be far more crushing, devastating, and destructive." Well, he's not going to live to see it since he's now dead. And what we are watching is, again, a truly sophisticated military operation carried out by the Israelis. Iranian television has already added a black ribbon of mourning onto their posts on television so far. CNN is reporting no U.S. involvement and no U.S. assistance. Again, there's a lot of different information that's coming out at this point. Here was CNN reporting this just a few moments ago.
In terms of U.S. involvement, no indication of U.S. involvement at this point, or is there?
D33.
What are you hearing?
Anderson, is an excellent question because there's normally very close coordination between the U.S. and Israel, especially when it comes to Iran and threats in the region. And we have seen that in previous rounds when it comes to, for example, the air defense of Israel against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. This time, it seems like there's at least some kind of shift here. We have just heard from a U.S. official that the U.S. is aware of the strikes, but crucially, there is no U.S. involvement and no U.S. assistance, an indication that Israel may well have moved on its own here. A key question, how much, if any, notification did they give the United States? It's a significant statement from that U.S. official because it shows the different tracks here, as the U.S., at least from what we understand, was trying to pursue diplomacy. Israel had other intents, preparing a strike over the course of the past several weeks. That's something the U.S. was watching closely, and now ultimately making the decision to carry out that strike here, at least from what we understand, without U.S. involvement and without U.S. assistance. There is normally a tremendous amount of cooperation, especially on the intel and preparation side of these, but here it doesn't seem like there was that level that we have seen in the past. Perhaps it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. We have seen the U.S. act on its own without Israel several times, specifically Trump making decisions on his own. And that would be, for example, here, a ceasefire deal with the Houthis, sort of surprising Netanyahu in the Oval Office with talks on Iran. And there have been several other instances, for example, when Trump came to the region.
Again, there is conflicting reporting regarding the coordination between America and Israel over this particular strike. Suffice it to say that President Trump said no nuclear Iran. And Israel took that seriously. Joining us on the line tonight, Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. Senator, thanks so much for taking the time.
And good to be with you.
So just a few moments ago, you tweeted out, President Trump has been clear that Iran must completely dismantle their nuclear capacity. Iran has given President Trump the middle finger. Israel is acting to defend themselves, and we should stand with them. Now, what do you make of the administration's position on this so far? So Secretary Rubio said that Israel acted on its own, also said that if you touch American soldiers, we will essentially pummel you. You will not exist anymore, which is absolutely correct. What do you make of the current status of relations there?
Well, listen, there are two messages that are critical to be heard tonight. Number one, America stands unequivocally with Israel, period, the end. That is critically important. Israel is acting to defend herself against the existential threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon. But number two, and this is equally important, look, we have a very large number of American servicemen and women in bases in the Middle East that are in harm's way. And I want to ask every one of your listeners, every one of your viewers, if you're a person of faith, pray for Israel tonight. Pray for Israel, pray for Jerusalem, and pray for our servicemen and women, the Americans in harm's way.
Spiritually, Lord.
And a message that I think is critically important. I want the Ayatollah here.
Lord, and the Americans,
if you attack American military,
all innocent people, Lord,
if you kill even a single American serviceman or woman,
good, that's what
I'm
you got to say.
absolutely confident that President Trump will respond with overwhelming force. Understand that every serviceman and woman we have in the Middle East is at risk tonight. They are in harm's way. And millions of Israelis. I spoke earlier this evening, Ben, with the Israeli ambassador to the United States. He described some incredible successes they're winning in this war tonight. Successes taking out the head of the IRGC, taking out the successor to the head of the IRGC, doing massive damage to Natanz, the nuclear facility that Iran is building. All of those are incredibly important. But at the same time, the people of Israel are standing either in bomb shelters or near bomb shelters because Iran has a massive ballistic missile arsenal. And there is a very real risk in the coming hours that we will see a massive ballistic missile strike on Israel. Now, Israel will keep trying to get the job done. Prime Minister Netanyahu understands that. He understands that there may be a significant number of Israelis whose lives are lost tonight. But the reason I believe he did this is his judgment that an Iranian nuclear weapon risks millions of Israelis being murdered. Because if the Ayatollah acquires nuclear weapons, I think there's a very real possibility we could discover it through a detonation over the skies of Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And so Israel is acting to defend herself and to keep her citizens safe.
Now, you've mentioned several times there, Senator Cruz, what is absolutely true, which is that obviously we do have an enormous number of troops in this area. Iran has been threatening those troops. It would be the worst mistake they ever made. I mean, truly, the worst mistake they ever made would be touching American troops, because not only would they themselves, the Ayatollahs, be at severe risk of physical harm, but also the oil fields, which are the remaining asset of the Iranian regime, are wide open at this point. And that is that's the dog that's not biting yet. Israel so far has struck military targets. They've struck nuclear targets, they've struck nuclear scientists and military leaders, but they've not touched the final remaining domino in the Iranian economy and the only earning part of the Iranian economy, which is the oil fields. If the oil fields were to go up in flames, there's no way the regime could possibly survive that, given the current situation there. And so when you talk about the fact that the Iranians better not screw with the United States, I mean, that obviously is true. And again, I think that the way this worked out for the United States is actually quite salutary. I think this is quite wonderful for the United States. The Israelis went and did this on their own. The United States was not directly involved, not implicated in this attack. And that means that if the Iranians decide to try and take it out on the United States, that's on their head.
Yeah. Look, I think that's exactly right. I think there will be two consequences if Iran attacks America. I think, number one, you're right that their oil facilities will be taken out. That is devastating to the economy of Iran. But I think there's a very real possibility if they attack and murder U.S. servicemen and women, that the Ayatollah may not live through the night. And so the consequences of attacking Americans are massive. In this case, and I want to say something else. Look, Israel is in a very real sense doing a favor to America tonight. The Ayatollah regularly in front of mobs chants death to America and death to Israel. If history teaches anything, it is that if someone tells you they want to murder you, you should believe them. The Ayatollah, tonight, Israel took out the head of the IRGC. The IRGC is responsible for murdering over 600 U.S. servicemen and women. And so in a very real sense, Israel has struck back at a regime that has actively murdered Americans, that is the leading state sponsor of terrorism. And by the way, Iran's war of terror was financed by the over $100 billion that the Biden administration and Democrats flooded into Iran. And this is Israel reacting to defend themselves from the billions of dollars that Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed the Ayatollah to use to develop nuclear weapons.
You know, President Trump is the right president for this unique moment in time. And it takes a real level of moral clarity to understand the threat that Iran poses. It's something that he has been absolutely 100% clear on since the first day he ran for office,
Yes.
that the JCPOA put in place by President Obama was a disaster area. He was the president who pulled us out of the JCPOA, and he has maintained consistently, despite all of the supposed media coverage from right and left, that he had changed any position. He has never changed his position on the idea that Iran could never go nuclear and that their nuclear program had to be completely dismantled. And so the fact that he continued to convey that gave Israel, for sure, the breathing room to be able to go and do this attack on its own.
Well, Ben, as you know, I led a letter of 52 Republican senators that we all came together and we said, we agree with President Donald J. Trump. President Trump has said repeatedly, the red line is that Iran must have complete dismantlement of its enrichment capacity, that every centrifuge must be shut down. They must have no capacity to enrich uranium at all. Now, what President Trump said is you can either do that nicely through diplomacy, or you can do that through warfare. And I will say, Iran, I think what happened tonight was inevitable. Iran this morning announced they were not going to shut down any centrifuge, and indeed they were going to build more, that they were moving full speed ahead. And that announcement was effectively a middle finger to President Trump. And it was also telling Israel, you better attack us now because we're going to keep going till we get a nuclear weapon. And once we get a nuclear weapon, millions of Israelis are at risk. And so this was a decision the Ayatollah provoked. I will also note that President Trump said on April 12th, he told Iran, you have 60 days to negotiate. Today is the 60th day. And so Iran decided, we don't want to negotiate. We don't want peace. We want a nuclear weapon, because when the Ayatollah says death to Israel and death to America, I believe him. And that's why Israel is acting tonight.
Senator Cruz, the spokesman for the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, put out a statement, and I will see how well you parse this text, because it's sort of fascinating what it doesn't say. It says the Zionist enemy and the United States will pay a hefty price. Iran will respond harshly to the Zionist regime. The Zionist attack on civilian areas has been verified, and our response will be certain. Iran is at 100% military capability, and the enemy will suffer a painful blow. Well, I mean, number one, they're certainly not at 100% military capability, and they like to talk this way all the time. The parsing of the text that I noticed was the spokesperson said, the Zionist enemy and the United States will pay a hefty price. Iran will respond harshly to the Zionist regime. I noticed that they didn't say that they'd respond to the United States, because I think that they know precisely what you are talking about, that it's a lot of empty verbiage with regard to the United States, because it is one thing to poke at Israel. It is a very different thing to poke at the greatest fighting force in literally the history of planet Earth.
Yeah, I think that's right. The most laughable statement, and the element of that statement was that the Iranian military force is at 100%. Iran is badly and deeply weakened. You look at Israel, Israel has utterly decimated Hamas. Hamas is a proxy force for Iran. Iran provides over 90% of the funding for Hamas. Israel has also utterly destroyed Hezbollah, including through the incredible operation with pagers and walkie-talkies, where Hezbollah gave pagers to their terrorists. The pagers blew up and killed and wounded a vast number of those terrorists. Israel also and Iran saw Bashar Assad, the dictator of Syria and a puppet for Iran, being toppled. All of those have weakened Iran dramatically, as have the attacks taking out the Iranian air defenses, all of which means the Iranian military is in an incredibly weakened state. Now, that being said, Iran has a vast arsenal of ballistic missiles, and unfortunately, what I expect is they're going to launch a major attack on Israel. Israel knows this. Israel has instructed Israelis be in bomb shelters, be near bomb shelters. But there is going to be a strike back on Israel. My prayers tonight, Heidi and I are lifting up the people of Israel, because I think you will see Israelis sadly killed in the coming hours. But what is important about the leadership of Israel is they have a clarity of understanding, even though they know that this action will endanger some lives in Israel. It is far, far less dangerous than
You want to join me, guys? Click on the link.
that could
Join me
detonate a
on the-
nuclear weapon and murder millions.
For those of you who are joining now, if I'm kind of out of it, first of all, it's big news. I've been waiting for this for 14 years. But we're actually, my family's about to wake up in a few hours in the middle of the night so we can go to the airport. We're going to be going on family vacation for 7 days. So rather than, I was already tired today, rather than go to sleep and then wake up in the middle of the night, since this was going on anyway, I figured I'll just stay up and watch the live with you guys. So I got, like 45 minutes to go before I wake them up. So if you want to join me, click the link and we can chat if you guys want.
Millions of Israelis. You know, the former head of Iran's nuclear research, who went to meet his maker, and many say at the hands of the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence services, he had written into his last will and testament that he wanted written onto his tombstone, "Here lies a man who seeks the annihilation of Israel." That's the level of bilious hatred on behalf of the Ayatollahs and the mullahs and Iran, and Israel understands that with a very clear-eyed reality. I believe President Trump does too, and so we're going to stand up and defend ourselves
Hey, Hudson. Good to see you, man.
against these very real threats.
Well, that, of course, is Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. Senator Cruz, appreciate, as always, your insight and your moral clarity.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate you, particularly tonight.
Well, folks, we've been covering this. We'll continue to cover this tomorrow on the show. It appears that Israel's attacks are ongoing. It is full day in Iran right now. The time in Tehran is now 6:29 a.m.
So it's more like 8 o'clock.
Approximately an hour earlier in the state of Israel. Israel's apparently expecting some sort of
8:30.
response, presumably in the next couple of hours. We will
Maybe
see
10.
whether that response amounts to hundreds of missiles, what that looks like. The bottom line is that Israel's operation thus far has been extraordinarily successful by all available metrics. Israeli sources are telling Amit Segal that the attack on Iran was preceded by a deception operation that included media and political components domestically and internationally, with participation of a wide variety of parties. So far, what we know is that Israel has taken out perhaps the entire top layer of the IRGC. They have taken out top nuclear scientists.
It's almost over. So that was a little bit older news. I'll come back to that. Let's put that here. Yeah, we've got a relative driving us. Thank you. So let's see what's the latest from Amir and Abu Ali Express. Over 300 attacks in the last 3 hours in Iran. Iran's air defense system collapsed. Complete freedom of action. Security breach in the entire intelligence team. Advanced reactors destroyed. Wow, that's some billowing smoke, man. If you see how a country so rich as Iran dedicates itself to destroying a minute, insignificant country in Israel. If you can't see that, Satan, man, it's an irrational obsession. You know what? To me, the biggest argument that the Jews in the land of Israel are the real Jews ethnically is that if they weren't, Satan wouldn't bother with them. There wouldn't be so much hatred against them. Why hate the wrong group of people? It's so why hate the wrong group of people? Satan is no fool. Some Christians may be fooled by YouTube and their anti-Semitism. Satan is not an idiot. He's evil, but not an idiot. He keeps on attacking that group because he knows they're real Jews. Ethnically, I'm saying. Israeli airlines are now taking their planes out of the Ben Gurion airport to airports in Cyprus for preparation for the future. So he was killed. Shamkhani was killed. Hey, Tropical Joe, if you want to click the link and come talk to me. Israel is absolutely an American ally. And the day America ceases to support Israel, she's going to lose a huge layer of divine protection. I guarantee you. And I say this as an Arab, Palestinian, Middle East Christian. So if you want to talk about it, and not just get YouTube sensationalism, you can get on, we can talk about it. Well, it's much more nuanced than what you're saying here too. So you can get on, you can click on the link and get on, and we can talk about it. It's a lot easier direct communication than just through the chat. Report that the Amir Ali Hajzadi, commander of the Aerospace Force, is gone. Iranian TV laments these. Amir Habibullah Sayyari, appointed by order of the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Revolution as the acting commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Do you know of any significance in Netanyahu's last name? I mean, all those names have meaning. Natan is a given. Yahweh is given of God. It means given of God. The last time Iran declared a serious war was against Iraq and Saddam Hussein. By executive order of the Supreme Leader, Brigadier General Ahmad Vahidi has been appointed. How did they even know this that quickly? It's amazing. Huge lines for fuel have already begun. Yeah. So I grew up doing this during the war in Lebanon. I know what it's like to yeah, we call it benzene. So we call petroleum like fuel benzene. Yeah, man. Whenever like there were strikes, we'd have to line up the car and wait for your turn to fill up the car. We'd line up for bread too sometimes. Thank God that we never wanted. The Lord always took care of us. Israel's assessment, Iran's response will come in several waves. The first of these, launching hundreds of ballistic missiles. Saudi Arabia has issued a condemnation of Israel's attack on Iran. They kind of have to. It was an attack on Iran's sovereignty and security, which constitutes, yeah, that's just for public consumption. Israel also struck the Subashi radar site, the westernmost Iranian radar station. If you guys want to talk about Israel, click the link. It's also pinned at the... Is it still pinned at the top of my chat? Is it still pinned, guys? Sorry, I'm tired. I've been up for a long time. Is it still pinned, guys? Sorry, I'm tired. I've been up for... Okay. Let's close this. All right. The Saudi condemnation. Hey, Britain. So I heard that a long time ago. The brother that told me about that, Netanyahu was supposed to be the last time, and then like I think a couple of intervening ones came between Netanyahu's first term and second term. It's cool, but it doesn't. It hasn't panned out. This is kind of old news. I don't know when you heard about it, but that was in vogue like 15 years ago. Since you brought up Iraq, Saddam tried to rebuild Babylon. Yep. Never been happened except by one. Yeah, he did. He actually stamped his name on some of the buildings like Ramses did to claim that he had built them. So Saddam Hussein actually stamped his name on them. He thought of himself actually as a reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar. The Iranians prepared a secret plan to accelerate the preparation of nuclear weapons. This is an operation in the face of an existential threat. Declassified. Recent intelligence shows Iran is nearing the point of no return in its race towards a nuclear weapon. So they're racing towards it ever since Israel struck their air defenses a few months ago. That was the only thing that could hedge the collapse of or attack on the regime. 200 fighter jets striking targets 1,000 miles away. This hasn't been done by any country before. 100 Iranian drones headed towards Israel. They are in Iraqi space right now. Deplete your arsenal. What a way to live. I told you guys, after claiming he was safe and sound in the Situation Room, Iranian media outlets are officially announcing that the chief of staff is dead. Didn't I tell you the moment they say he's safe and sound, that unequivocally, like, you know he's dead. Okay, that was Shamkhani's house, head of the nuclear program. Hi, Habibi. You heard an airplane? Put name bot شوي تقبرني. I'll be right back, guys. My son just woke up in the middle of the night. Give me a second. Give me a minute. Oh, sorry, guys. Thanks. I was saying it blessed my heart to hear the birds, despite the destruction. So who wants to talk, guys? Morning has broken. Some background. The discussions lasted for months, recently at an intensity of 3 discussions per week. The final decision was made by the 2 secret partners, Netanyahu, Katz, and the Chief of Staff. Israel feared a preemptive attack by Iran in light of the increasing reports of the region's warming. Israel estimates that significant profound damage could be caused the nuclear program. Why is it that the anti-Israel crowd does never want to talk to me? Come, let's talk. Israeli official, the operation will last at least 2 weeks. The war that began with pickup trucks on kibbutzim now reaches an airstrike on nuclear reactors in Iran. The Israeli Air Force struck the Arak heavy water production plant. The heavy water facilities in Iraq facilities provide the heavy water for the nearby IR-40 reactor. You ever wondered? I keep hearing about heavy water. Let's check what that is. It absorbs the radiation. Is that what the...
Hello guys, welcome back to another video of Seriously True, and today we are going to know. Hello guys, welcome back to another video of Seriously True, and today we are going to know what is heavy water. Yes, you heard it right. We are talking about heavy water. Let's get started. We know that ordinary water is a compound of hydrogen and oxygen. It has 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen and is represented by ordinary water is a compound of hydrogen and oxygen. It has 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen and is represented by the chemical formula H and O. Heavy water is a compound of deuterium that is an isotope of hydrogen and oxygen and is represented by the chemical formula D, O. In fact, hydrogen has 3 isotopes. protium, that is ordinary hydrogen, deuterium, that is heavy hydrogen, and tritium. Protium nucleus contains only one proton, while deuterium nucleus contains one proton and one neutron, and the tritium nucleus contains one
Yeah,
proton and
so
two
heavier.
neutrons. Naturally occurring hydrogen contains 99.985% of protium, about 0.15% of deuterium, and about 1 part in 1100 tritium. Tritium is radioactive in nature. Friends, when deuterium combines with oxygen, it gives heavy water or deuterium oxide.
Saw the best
Ordinary
video.
water, as obtained from
I
most
don't like that
natural
video on
sources,
YouTube. Not because of the
contains
accent.
1 part of heavy water for every 6,760 parts of H&O.
Oh,
Ordinary
this better.
water has a molecular weight of about 18, while heavy water has a molecular weight of 20. Density, freezing point, and boiling point of heavy water are higher than those of ordinary water. Heavy water was discovered by Harold Clayton Urey, an American chemist, in 1931. He
This is
was
somebody
awarded
just
the
picked up
Nobel
some
Prize
article.
in 1934 for this discovery. In 1930,
These are hydrogen atoms. If we look at the nucleus of this one, we'll see that it contains one proton and no neutrons. But not all. These are hydrogen atoms. If we look at the nucleus of this one, we'll see that it contains one proton and no neutrons. But not all hydrogen atoms are the same. Although all of them have one proton, some have no neutrons, while others have one or two neutrons. In their atoms are the same. Although all of them have one proton, some have no neutrons, while others have one or two neutrons in their nuclei. In chemistry, if two or more atoms have the same number of protons but a different number of neutrons, they're known as isotopes. Isotopes display the same chemical behavior but have different physical properties such as boiling point, melting point, and density. So, there are 3 isotopes of hydrogen in nature. All isotopes can be named in terms of their mass number, which is the total number of protons and neutrons in their nuclei. But hydrogen isotopes also have special names: protium, deuterium, and tritium. Different neutron numbers give rise to the different masses of isotopes, since atomic mass depends on the number of protons and neutrons. In the case of hydrogen isotopes, protium's atomic mass is 1.01 daltons, deuterium's mass is 2.01
Yeah, it's a better
daltons,
video.
and tritium's is about 3.02 daltons. Water that's made of tritiums is called super heavy water or tritiated water, whereas water that's made of deuteriums is called heavy water. Water that contains only protium is known as light water. As you might guess, if a water molecule consists of one deuterium and one protium, it's referred to as semi-heavy water. In nature, only protium and deuterium are stable. Naturally occurring tritium, being radioactive, is extremely rare on Earth and occurs only in the atmosphere. Deuterium makes up 0.02% and protium 99.98% of naturally occurring hydrogen isotopes. So if we drink 500 milliliters of water, we drink about 499.9 grams of light water and 0.1 gram of heavy water. What would happen if we drank heavy water on its own? Small amounts of heavy water would be safe, but research has shown that trees stopped growing if given only heavy water, while rats died when the heavy water amount reached 1/3 of the total amount of water in their bodies. This is called the isotope effect. Heavy isotopes with excess neutrons slow down chemical reactions. In particular, heavy water causes critical reactions in the body to slow down with potentially fatal results. Heavy water is definitely not suitable for drinking, but does have a practical use in certain types of nuclear reactor. All elements come in a variety of isotopes. There are 3 stable isotopes of oxygen, O16, O17, and O18. Along with the 2 stable isotopes of hydrogen, this means that altogether there are 9 different types of water molecules in nature.
Okay, but the part we wanted was how it relates to the nuclear reactor.
Suitable for All elements come in a variety of isotypes of nuclear reacting, but does have a practical use in certain types of nuclear reactor.
Okay, so we're going to check that.
All
Okay, what is the practical use? What is the use of heavy metal, heavy water in nuclear reactors?
In nuclear science, heavy water is a powerful yet often overlooked compound. Its unique properties make it crucial in certain nuclear reactors. Heavy water slows down neutrons, sustaining nuclear fission chain reactions. Powerful yet often overlooked compound.
Yeah,
Its unique properties make it crucial in certain nuclear reactors.
Right.
Heavy water slows down neutrons, sustaining nuclear fission chain reactions. Discovered in the 1930s, it quickly became vital for both civilian and military nuclear technology. From power generation to medical isotope production, heavy water is indispensable. Let's explore the science behind its remarkable properties and its impact on nuclear technology. Heavy water, D2O, looks like ordinary water, H2O, but contains deuterium, a heavier isotope of hydrogen. This small atomic variation gives heavy water different physical and chemical properties. It has a higher boiling point and freezing point than regular water.
The other one was better on it.
Importantly, heavy water moderates neutrons, crucial for nuclear fission. Neutrons cause uranium atoms to split, releasing energy and more neutrons. Heavy water's deuterium atoms slow down these neutrons, sustaining the chain reaction. This
How?
moderation is essential for certain nuclear reactors.
How?
Heavy water's unique properties make it an excellent neutron moderator. It ensures neutrons move at the right speed for efficient
Okay,
fission.
that's an AI video. Repetitive like this. No explanation. You can tell from the cadence. We got some water here. Maybe there's heavy water in this.
Now that we know the components of a nuclear reactor, let's understand the working
Ah,
of
you're kidding. I had already watched that video sometime in the
nuclear
past.
reactor. In this video, we're going to learn about the nuclear reactor. Nuclear
Dexter is great. Omelette du fromage. Yeah. How to build a nuclear reactor. Thank you, brother Kevin. Calvin, God bless you, man. See you here, there in the sky, indeed. Yeah, it slows it down, but how?
Nuclear reactors are the modern-day devices extensively used for power generation as the traditional fossil fuels, like coal, are at the breach of extinction. A nuclear reactor is the source of intense heat, which is in turn used for generation of power in nuclear power stations. Its mechanism is similar to that of a furnace in a steam generator. The steam is used to drive the turbines of the electric generator system. A nuclear reactor consists of three crucial components: fuel elements, moderator, and control rods.
Okay, that's the
Fuel
heavy one.
elements come usually in the shape of thin rods of about 1 centimeter in diameter and contain fissionable nuclei like uranium-235 or uranium-238. These rods vary in number according to the size of the reactor. In large power reactors, thousands of fuel elements are placed close to each other. This region where these fuel elements are placed is called the reactor core. These fuel elements are normally immersed in water, which acts as a moderator. The objective of a moderator is to slow down the energy neutrons in a nuclear reactor, which are produced during the nuclear fission process by the fuel elements. Thermal neutrons, which are the neutrons with energy of
Because it
about
absorbs them?
0.04 electron volts, are capable of producing fission reaction with uranium-235. During the fission reaction process, new neutrons are given out, which have energies of about 1 MeV. This is 1 mega electron volts. These neutrons typically escape from participating in another fission process, as they are accompanied by enormous energy release. In fact, the probability of these neutrons produce another fission reaction is 500 times less than that compared to a thermal neutron. This is where a moderator is extremely useful. Moderators have the capability to slow down, or in other words, moderate, the speeds of these high-energy neutrons so that they can in turn be used for a chain reaction to trigger multiple fission reactions of other uranium-235 nuclei. Commonly, ordinary or heavy water is used as a moderator in nuclear reactors because of the deuterons present in them, which are capable of slowing down the neutron's speed. Water molecules in the moderator are useful in slowing down the high-energy neutrons, which leave the fuel element after nuclear fission. These high-energy neutrons collide with water molecules, thereby losing out on some energy with every collision and therefore
Okay,
slowing
because
down
it's heavier.
substantially. A new fission reaction can now be triggered using this slow neutron by striking it with the fuel element. The third and most prominent part of a nuclear reactor are the control rods. In order to get a steady output of energy from the nuclear reactor, every single fission reaction should trigger another fission reaction and ensure the availability of spare neutrons released to trigger the chain reactions. By controlling the number of spare neutrons available at any given time, the rate of nuclear fission chain reactions can be controlled. This control on the fission reaction can be maintained using
I missed that part.
spare neutrons available at any given time, the rate of nuclear fission chain reactions can be controlled. This control on the fission reaction can be maintained using control rods. The main function of the control rods is to absorb any excess or spare neutron in the moderator in order to prevent any further fission reactions. Usually, such control rods are made of boron or
So
cadmium.
that's how these things. Okay.
To
You can have
increase
an
the rate of
overreaction if
fission
something fails there.
these rods can be removed from the moderator.
Where the
A
water
steady
leaks.
output of energy can thus be maintained by inserting or removing the control rods in the nuclear reactor. Now that we know the components of a nuclear reactor, let's understand the working of a nuclear reactor. It's usually enclosed in a shield made of thick concrete walls. It consists of a reactor core, pump, and heat exchanger. The reactor core and pump are placed in contact with the water, which is usually the heat exchanger in these reactors. Due to the enormous amount of heat released during the fusion reaction, the surrounding water gets heated up and changes to steam, which is in turn used to turn the turbines. So, huge heat energy gets converted into electrical energy. Water is continuously flown in and out of the nuclear reactor using the pump. So, a nuclear reactor successfully generates nuclear energy from fission reactions.
Diffraction of the waves through an aperture.
Well, there you have it, guys. There you have it. I'm about to log out. Russia supports Iran. Oh, we saw that. "13 Iranian fighter jets were shot down." Iran's official television announced that Iran will not participate in the nuclear talks scheduled for Sunday in Oman. There's probably no nucleus left to discuss. Yeah, look at how precise indeed. Friday the 13th. If you spend every Friday calling for Israel's destruction, don't be surprised when Friday the 13th answers back. God's tool for the crazies, Israel. Launches from Iran towards Israel. Israeli and American fighter jets are in the air to intercept the threats. British fighter jets have departed from bases in Cyprus. It's war, guys. 60 scientists, plus more were killed. Crazy stuff. Yeah, Megrim, have a good night, brother. Yeah, uranium refinement. It is like a giant steam engine, yeah. It's funny that it's mechanical, really. It turns into mechanical energy, and then so it goes nuclear energy, mechanical energy, and then electric energy. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Streets, God bless you. We gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. Then we're gonna take it higher. I don't know why that song came back to my mind out of the blue. That's why I was when we were super tired. Gonna walk down to Electric Avenue. I got no idea what that means. Then we're gonna take it higher. Let's see. What am I looking at here? What am I looking at? It's funny how those like anti-Israel guys just popped on, made comments, I invited them to talk, and then that's it. We gonna walk down to Electric Avenue. When we gonna take it higher. Wow. Too bad the Depka file is gone. You guys remember that site of information? I can't watch Fox News unless I'm in Canada. You have to like subscribe to like by some VPN. It's like, all right, no, not doing that. Yeah, I'll give you an example of what they say, George. I'll play the anti-Zionist guy. Yeah. Yeah. They're not real Jews. They just speak Hebrew, look like Jews, worship like Jews. They have a genealogy going back thousands of years. They're back in the land of the Jews. They're not Jews. Who are the real Jews? I don't know. It's not them. Okay. Yeah, so that's it, guys. I gotta go. Gotta go wake them up. I don't know. It's hard. I don't have a heart to really wake them up. You're gonna be real tired, but at least we can go crash on the vacation. So, thank you, friends. Man, you can't watch what Israel does and what happens with Israel and how people react to Israel. The gamut and intensity and depth and breadth of the emotions without recognizing the obvious. There's something odd with this people, man. God's still using them. It doesn't mean they're saved. They're lost without the Lord Jesus Christ. I think the judgment is greater on them because they're supposed to have the light and they're supposed to have been the light of the Gentiles. So, but there's something, God is still doing something with that group, that bunch. They are Abraham's seed physically. And part of the promise of God to Abraham and his seed is physical. So I am so thankful, so honored to be a son of Abraham through Jesus Christ, a son of God through Jesus Christ. So thankful to be part of the heavenly people, the body of Christ. So thankful for the fact, the promise that Israel, the survivors, will repent after the Antichrist, and so all Israel shall be saved. And you're going to have the church, the body of Christ, mediating between heaven and earth. And Jesus Christ will rule as the head of the body and Prince of Israel, King of Israel. And we're going to be part of that, man. Of course, all the nations that hated the people of God, both of the peoples of God, the church and the Israel, will be put to shame. What a day that's going to be when Jesus Christ, the King, rules as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. If we get to stand by his side, if we're counted worthy, man, how great is our joy going to be? Huh? They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. He's going to rebuke many nations and judge between the peoples. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. People are going to sleep in the woods. The Lord Jesus Christ is going to be exalted, and we're going to be the government. They'll pay taxes to us. And they're going to have to come up at every Feast of the Tabernacles and worship and bring their dances and their culture and their food and their songs and the angels, man. I can't wait to meet the angels. Cherubims and the seraphims and the archangels and the thrones and the mights and the dominions, the principalities and powers. About 8 or 9 classes that are listed in the Bible. You hear their languages, how every type of angel with their language and every tribe of angel with their language, with their culture. And the Lord Jesus Christ on top of all that, and the heavenly Jerusalem suspended between heaven and earth over the new earthly Jerusalem. You read that stuff and it's like, Lord, let's go. Man, am I ever ready. And you read your Bible, you get to live in the 21st century, and you read your Bible about Israel, and then you see like Israel back in the land, and the ancient enemies of Israel are back in the foreground. And you feel like you're reading the Old Testament, and then you see like things happening right there in that part of the world, just like it's written in the Bible. It's surreal, man. What a generation we are that we get to see that, experience that. It'd be cool if we get to experience the rapture. He may not come in our lifetime, but man, would it be something. One day, when you forgot about it, you get surprised by the dead bust out of the grave. Their souls come down from heaven. They resurrect. Jesus Christ is up there, man, in the air with the voice of the God and the voice of the archangel and the trump of God. And then the second trump, boom. We which are alive and remain are transformed in a moment, in the blink of an eye. It's not the rapture that's in the blink of moment, in the blink of an eye. If you read carefully, it's the transformation of our body. It's the metamorphosis of our body. Like as when a caterpillar transforms into a butterfly, that is what happens in a moment, in the blink of an eye, not the entire process of the rapture. So you're basically like standing there, and then you look and then like, man, you're like shooting lightning out of your fingers. And all that power of the Holy Spirit of God that was inside of you just manifests, and your body's transformed. Now you're sinless, made in the image and likeness of the risen Son of God. You can fly at that point. You can breathe underwater. You can swim at the very depth of the Mariana Trench. You can dig into the earth and discover gems and jewels. You can teleport. You don't need the clouds to catch you up any more than Jesus needed the cloud to take him up in Acts chapter 1. but it's just kind of, we're going to ride up to heaven in style on those clouds. Jesus comes for his bride, like Isaac and Rebekah meeting in the field before he takes her to his tent. Hey, babe. You wake up? Yeah. All right, guys. Over and out. God bless you. Pray for our safety, please. I'll be following this. If I don't do any lives, we're on vacation the next 7 days. So looking forward to that. Good to be saved. Good to be Christian brothers and sisters. Subscribe if you haven't, and put a like on the video. That was real fun. God bless you.